morning and welcome to Sewing Quarter. My name's Amy Burrows and we've got a fantastic selection of tonal treats for you this morning. And well, actually this morning I've been promoted to artist. We've got an art show. So we've got Colour Me fabrics back, which were absolutely incredibly popular last time they were on. They sold out really quick as well. So if you do want them, it's something that you could maybe get in quick on with this morning. And it's all about colouring in fabric. So not just perfect for you, but also projects for children to introduce them to sewing and to introduce them to working with fabric, and just a really lovely way to customise whether it's clothes or cushions or anything you want where you can colour it in yourself. So what I'll do is I'll talk you through what we've got coming up across the next 4 hours and then we'll crack on with some colouring. So at 8 o'clock is the Colour Me fabrics from Michael Miller. Then at 9 o'clock I'm joined by Jennifer Mills and we're doing a clothkits swing frock. Then at 10 o'clock is Summer Days, so we've got some premier fabrics in that hour. And at 11 o'clock is a pretty practical shopper, so we're looking at a really lovely shopping bag with a beautiful flower design on the front with Jennifer again. So we've got a great show lined up. I'm really excited about these. This is like magic to me that you can colour straight onto fabric with these. What we're using are these textile markers. So these are permanent. Once you've drawn on the fabric, it's there forever. It's washable. You can create items of clothing, or whether it's homeware or pillows and cushions and bags, and it's just a great way to customise something and to personalise it. So these sold out last time they were on the show, and we've only got half the stock today that we had last time. They sold out in 4 minutes, so super quick. If it's something that you do want, just make sure you add them to your basket. But what you're getting here are 20 different coloured markers, so you can see that whole spectrum of colour there. And what's great about this is you've got a dual end, so you've got 2 tips on the pen, one slightly thicker and one's a slightly finer nib, so you can do some more detailed colouring with those. And once you've coloured in with them, you just need to allow those to dry for 6 minutes, and then you can iron on the reverse side of the cotton. That's just sort of setting the colour. And after that, you can wash it. So for an example here, we've got this cushion cover, and this is permanent. This is something, rather than buying that coloured fabric, this is all something that you've done yourself. So I don't know if you can see, but what happens is you get these fabrics that have a template printed on them, which are beautiful on their own. They don't even need colour. But you can also, I don't know if you can just see this here. This one's all been coloured in with those fabric pens. So they look absolutely amazing. You can pick and choose your colours, your textures, whether you want little small bits or slightly thicker sections with your pens. And also, well, colouring's become very trendy again, hasn't it? I think if you go into bookshops and things now, there are lots of colouring books just encouraging mindfulness, because it's quite a relaxing thing to do, whether that's, in front of the TV or in front of, sitting in the garden. It's just a really sort of quiet pastime, something to focus on. So you do need to check out your baskets, because we've already only got half the stock of these, so they are going super quick. If you do want them, just make sure you check them out. So TNCG84 is your item number for those pens. So we're going to head over there and look at the different fabric options that you can combine those with. I'll take these with me so we can have a look at them. So, these fabrics are absolutely gorgeous. They really, honestly, you don't even need colour on some of these, or you could leave sections completely untouched. You could applique with sections of these, because there's still a really intricate design in those monochrome colours, in your blacks and your whites. And these sold out last time as well, so they are incredibly popular. Let's move our little colourful pillows that we've got there. So we've got 7 different fabrics. 3 are on a black background and 4 are on a white background, so just giving you that option. Let's start with the fish. Let's go for fish. Okay, so this is fish on white. And if you can see here, it is exactly like that. It is no different to one of those colouring books, where you would take this page, it was like an A4 page, but instead this is printed onto your cotton. So as I said, this is from Michael Miller, and you can see there that really intricate fish design, with so many different sections where you could fill in these teardrop shapes, all the different gills of the fish. But like I said, you could absolutely just take that and use it as it is. You don't have to insert any sort of colour, just as a beautiful fabric generally. But when you can add that, even if it's just a tiny bit of detail, whether that's a pop or a splash of colour on the eye or on the tail of the fish. So this is your Fish Frenzy fabric on white. And all of these fabrics today are being cut to measure. So these are being sold in half-metre increments. They're cut off the bolt for you. So however much or however little you need, you can buy that in half-metre units. So if you wanted 2 metres of fabric, that would be 4 units, and so on and so forth. So that's your fish one there. And I'm just going to show you all the options so you know what's on offer. So we've also got that in black. So perhaps if you want something slightly more bold, or if, you know, this might be a different way if you wanted to incorporate different colours, the palette would just work differently on the black background. So you can see this one here, that's similar, the fish design is exactly the same, with all those beautiful little scalloped shapes around the edges. Loads of detail here in all the petals and all the elements around the fish. A lovely playful print, particularly on the black. I think these are very striking without any colour at all. So another one, let's go for the owls. Now we've only got the owls in white. This is the one that you just saw on the cushion, and when you start to see that colour, this is how it looks. I don't know if you can see that there, but you've just got this one here. We've only decided to start applying colour in the centre. I'm going to start extending that during this hour. But you can really see how when you add that, and it's just so customizable. You could just choose a couple of colours. You could choose to match this to a room in the house, whether you just wanted perhaps yellows and oranges, or if you wanted to go for blues and navies, but totally something that you could personalise. And if we look at the fabric here, this is what it looks like completely plain, so without that colour. But you've got that detail with those lovely iconic eyes that you know and recognise in an owl. What a hoot, that's what this fabric's called, and what a hoot you'll have colouring it in. So you've got all, again, that flower detail, and just such small little sections which are perfect for those fine-tipped pens. Now, half the stock of the pens has already gone, so if you think that you might like to do some colouring in of your fabric, or perhaps you want to use them for marking fabric, whether that's labelling things with your names and you want that to be permanent, those textile markers are perfect for that, and half the stock has already gone. So your item number for that, we'll get that up on your screens again in a moment, just in case you want to add that to your basket. So that's the What a Hoot owl print on white. So we've had fish, 2 fish, then we've got this floral one here. Now, let's have a look at the floral on white. So again here, you've got those, it's a typical flower shape with those 5 petals, and then you've got all of these spiralling coming outwards here in the detail of the flower. And some nice sections here where you could colour that in. You could have completely block colour, or you could decide to leave these white and maybe, or you could just introduce one colour. If you brought in perhaps, say, a pink, and you could just add that in certain sections of the fabric, but you can draw straight onto the fabric. You don't have to pre-prepare it in any way. You don't have to coat it in anything, just straight on with your pens as if you were colouring on paper. So this is the Floral Fantasy fabric on white. And nice strong black lines on this as well, so it's really clear where you would need to colour. It's not, sort of faded or dotted or dashed. It's a nice bold print. So everyone that's joining us this morning, just to let you know, if we can't guarantee your order, if it's in your basket and you've not checked it out, that purchase isn't guaranteed until you've gone all the way through to the end. So I would just encourage you to do that, because I'm being told they're going really quickly, these pens this morning. So this is your Floral Fantasy. Then we've also got the Floral on Black, if you prefer that as an option. Now this fabric looks so different. If I pop them next to each other, you can just see the difference that background change makes. So when you go from your white to your black, I mean, you could do a reversible cushion. They work so well together, because it's that exact same print, and you could line them up, which is really lovely. You've got that detail on all of the flowers, but the black background just offering something different. Let's have a look at this black one, and if we look a little bit bigger. So in half-metre increments, this is being sold this morning. So this here is a metre. If I just lay that on the table so you can have a look at the pattern, now you really start to see how that spirals out. This is almost like a kaleidoscope you can see there, with all of those lovely prints. And again, it isn't just about adding the colour. That as a print on its own is absolutely beautiful for your cushions, for your curtains, even for a dress, particularly with this black background. I think that would be lovely in a summer dress or a tunic. So that there is your Colour Me fabric. That's the Floral Fantasy on a black background. If you've just joined us this morning and you're wondering what's happening with this Colour Me fabric, this is fabric that you can colour straight onto. So we're using the textile markers to go straight onto the fabric and to add that colour, to add that personalisation and design. Lots of people getting involved this morning. So we haven't seen this for 3 months. We've managed to get it back since it sold out last time. And the pens, we've got limited stock on those now because they're super popular. So I do apologise for that. But the lots of different fabrics on offer too. So that one there is your Floral Fantasy on black. Our next one is our butterflies. So let's just move those along. So again, this one is on a white background. You've got those classic butterflies, but with all different designs within them. So within those, the wings of the butterfly, you've got different shapes. And you've got flowers there too, in that sort of paisley print. Those lovely little flowers there going through the fabric. And also if I open it out, let's open so you can see a little bit more. You can just see that you've got all of that. So you've got the option to add colour to all different sections of the butterflies, whether that's the main body or the wings or all of it. And I just think these are fantastic to do with children. Imagine giving them something or allowing them to make a little dress or something that they can wear themselves that they've coloured in. Be super proud of that if you manage to colour in your own clothes. So that's it on the white background. But again, you've got the option with this one in a black background as well. So I'll bring that in next to it so you can see the difference. And again, it looks completely different with that different colour background. If I lay this one out here. You could multi-buy these and, you know, they work really well together. If you wanted to do something reversible, if you wanted to have the lining of the bag perhaps in your white and an outside of the bag in your black. And or you could just colour the background of the white one and leave the butterflies to just have that, you know, they would become quite prominent if you just left them white. Now in the black one, we've also got the cushion here where you can start to see where we've added the colour. So this is where you see how the design will totally change when you're adding in your choice of all of those different marker pens. You've got 20 different pens in there, so you know, lots of different colours all the way through the rainbow. You can add whatever takes your fancy. You can just see there adding in the detail wherever you deem appropriate. I think this would be it's a really therapeutic thing to do, just to sit and colour. And it's also great as a lap project. You know, if you want to sit in front of the TV in the evenings or in the garden and you don't want to be in front of your sewing machine, once you've made something up, whether it's a cushion like this one here that we've just popped the fabric on the front of that, or you know, something slightly smaller, or even an item of clothing, you can just take your pens. You could even put it on a clipboard and just colour away like you would in a colouring book, and then add that to some sort of design. Or you could also cut out a section and embroider that onto something, or applique onto something to add that detail. So this one here is your paisley fabric on a black background, MOEQ05. So those are your 7 different fabrics that you've got on offer. You've got your 2 butterflies, you've got your fish in black and white, you've got your butterflies in black and white, you've got your flowers in black and white, and then the owls that we just have in white. Now we've also got a couple of spectrum solids, just continuing with that sort of monochrome theme. Get my words out. So you can see here on the back of the cushion, we've just added that nice grey there, which just works well with the black and white fabric. So we just thought we'd give you the option if you wanted to add some to your stash or have something to combine for binding or for the lining of something. So that's your grey in slate. If I turn that over, you can have a look at it. So we've just done that on a really simple cushion. A great project for a beginner. This is your slate grey, QLMY48 for that one. And just $3.25 per half metre from Macawa. And then we've also got your black. Oh, that black cushion is also grey, but there's a black one here. Just a really strong black, just that uniform colour there that you could add would work really well if I bring it in with the black here. You can see. If you wanted to go for, you know, if you were keeping the room with, you know, darker tones. But then if you introduce it with the white as well, it also obviously goes really well because all of those outlines are in your black. So if we bring in the butterflies there, with your Spectrum Solid. Just if you see those side by side, you can start to see how they really match up. So, we are going to get colouring. I said this morning, we were really laughing because I said I need a beret. I should have like an easel and be doing some sort of art attack style drawing. So, Amy's art owl we've got this morning here on the show. Let's have a look. So, no beret, but we've got lots of colouring pens, lots of fabric to get colouring in with. So, let's have a look. Just to let everyone know, if everyone who has the pens in their basket at the moment checks them out, they will sell out. So, have they gone? Well, if everyone checks out, they will have gone. So just a heads up on that. So I'm actually going to start looking at the, let's look at the owl to start with. So you can see here where this colour's already been added. We've got quite a skilled colouring in some sections of this here with different shading, but there's nothing, you can just go for those bold, simple lines. I certainly wouldn't say I'm any sort of colouring expert. I think it's just something that it's just a nice, relaxing, therapeutic thing to do. So let's have a look at that pink that I looked at before. I quite like working with the finer end of the pen, just so you can get that detail, particularly in the smaller areas. On some of the larger prints, when I look at the butterfly one shortly, you can obviously go for that thicker point, but the thin nib is really easy to work with. So let's look at this section of the owl here, and you can start by just adding the colour straight onto the fabric with your pen. And you just colour straight on. And what's lovely about this is, as you go, you can you just make up where you want to put it as you go along, and you can look at that and go, well, I quite like that just with the pink and white, or I want to maybe extend that into a further section. So you go into that next ring there. You're just going around, adding your colour, and obviously you've got those lines to guide you. But from a distance, if you went over a tiny bit, you're never going to see that. It's not. No one's going to be inspecting your work, but you can start to add in different colours. If I bring in the purple here, so that's the thicker nib, but the thin one you can see for these small intricate sections is much easier to work with. So you can start to add that there. Just colouring straight onto the fabric. If you've just joined us this morning and you're wondering if we've started an art show, this is still fabric. We're not colouring. We have started an art show, but this isn't paper. This is fabric. We're drawing straight onto it with our fabric pens. So we can just start to add this here with our felt tips, going around the edge, adding that detail. Oh, I'm enjoying this. This isn't work, this is just pleasure. You can look at all of those. So let's have a look. Oh, we've got a message here. Can the pens be used on any fabric or just the fabrics you're selling? So these are just textile markers. You can use those on other fabrics. And also as well, we were saying this morning, they'd be great for labelling, for school uniforms and things like that. If you don't want to sew in all your labels, or if you're doing something in a hurry, perhaps you've got a child with a school trip coming up and you need to label socks and everything, then these fabric markers will be fine for that. They're permanent and you can do that. So just adding in some other colours, I wanted to just show you. There's so many different ones here. I don't know if you can see. So you've got 20 in total. Well done if you've managed to get those this morning. Have they sold out now? Have the pens sold out? Almost sold out. So there's still a couple left if you want to go. So just adding that, starting to add some more. Now just adding in the green. Also, I like that you can just leave little parts, little sections. It doesn't have to be a full block of colour. As we go around here. Which is really... just taking your time, and there's no rush. You can play around with all your different colours. I've got another green here. It's just a nice calming thing to do. Really relaxing, but also I just really think children would absolutely love doing this as a project. Particularly, I know it's half term this week, but just it's something for them to sit and do, and not just in a cushion. I think the most fun thing to do would be something like a lunchbox, or then you could eau de coat it, or a little toiletry bag, or something they can take with them, a bag for swimming, or for dancing, or for football. And if it's something they've coloured in themselves, I think that's really cool. So just going to look at this one now, looking at a blue instead. These really lovely flowers. And let's just look, if we look at a section where you fill in slightly more. So if you just did, you could leave some with white and then just add in a colour. Just going around the edges there with our pen. Filling in all of those blank sections. But you can see there, when you've left that white part, you don't have to fill in all of those petals. You could just leave that like that and spiral it outwards, maybe add the blue in a further section here. Going round like that and just adding your colour straight on. Really straightforward and simple, really fun, very calming, very enjoyable. In fact, I could just carry on with that now, but I do need to show you the other fabrics. I'm quite happy just doing some colouring in. What a lovely Friday morning. So the most popular one at the moment is the owls. So that's the one that we've started colouring in. That's a really detailed print. That's one that's you could really take your time, crafting your colour there and choosing where you wanted to lay them. Let's look at that slightly bigger if I open the owls out so you can really see a little bit more of the fabric. So these are cut to measure, sold in half-metre increments. This here is 2 units, so this is a metre. And this is £8.45 per half-metre. But you can just see, if we lay them side by side, where you've added the colour and where you've got the regular section. You could even just do one owl. You could have a whole cushion. You could just colour that small owl in the middle and then leave all of the rest of it plain. But this would look totally different in different colours as well, which is what I think is really fun. Really playful print there. So 2 units is a metre. If you wanted 4 metres of fabric, that would be 8 units. And that's £8.45 per half-metre. PGEQ59 is your item number for the owls. Now, this whole range was actually from a lady called Hayley. Now, she did this for Michael Miller, and she actually said that it was one of her lifetime ambitions to have a range with his New York studio where they make these fabrics. She was very particular about the type of cotton she wanted to use. She felt that this had a really lovely drape to it. It's got a silkiness. It's really soft, so it's perfect to work with. But she also designed all of these with her 2 children in mind. She just thought that this would be a fantastic project to sit and do with them and to introduce them to fabric and to sewing and to the joy of doing something creative. So that's your owls. Your next most popular is the fish on black. So let's have a look at that one. Oh, I've just sent all of the pens rolling across the table. Let's see. So this is our fish on black. I think the black background is really lovely. It just adds a totally different dimension and also enables the actual main pattern or body of the print to pop a bit more. But then if you're adding colour to your white one, that's going to do the same. But there's so much detail. You could introduce every single colour in that pack to these fish and to all of these small little sections. Again, these would look lovely. I could see this in a bathroom. This would be absolutely perfect. You could add in some turquoises and blues and navies and teals, for a nice aquatic theme. And this would be great for a toiletry bag or a laundry bag for the back of the bathroom door. Perhaps a bath cushion. Obviously, that nice fish feel sort of screams bathroom to me. But you could just make that really colourful. And in fact, when it's finished, you wouldn't look at that and go, sometimes if you look at colouring in, I was going to say children's colouring in a book, and you can really see that it's been done. You can see all the scratch marks of the pencils, or you don't have that even finish. With these pens, I don't know if you can see here, but from a distance, you wouldn't know that this has been coloured in with pens. It looks like the fabric has that really lovely finish to it. Even if we come in closer, you can see here that there's not, you get a nice even finish. You don't get those sort of scratchy pencil marks, and that's the joy of the pens themselves. If I just move this here where you've got some slightly thicker sections, that's where you can see it more obviously. And also this here, you can see you can add detail, so you can start to shade. You don't have to fill the pink in all the way to the edges. And then you start to add some depth and texture to it. So let's look at the fish on white. That one there was your fish on black, B-I-E. Oh, we've lost the end of it. BIEQ 68 was that one, and that's £8.45 per half metre. And then we've got the fish on white. So again, totally different look, totally different when we change that there with the background colour. I really like these as a pair. So for something reversible, or if you wanted to have, your cushions, a two-sided cushion that you could flip over, you could have one side that's coloured in, one side that's not, or you could have one side with your black background and one with your white. This here is your fish fabric on white, Fish Frenzy. Lots of people multi-buying this. Getting in early this morning. Good for you if you're up and ready to go, that's great. A treat for the weekend. And let's just show you that next to the black as well, so you get an idea of how those work together. I really like these as a pair. I just think they really add something, something slightly different. Oh, they're upside down. The fish are facing me. You can just see, if you lay that like that, how your fish work together. So you could just shade in this white background here, and you could leave the fish completely, transparent if you like, or just white. And you could just add in small details of colour on the rings of the eyes and of the petals. Totally up to you. And you wouldn't necessarily, you don't have to plan, painstakingly think, where am I going to put all of the colour? Of course you can do that, or you can just have the pens in front of you and just see where it takes you. So the pens, there are 2 left of the pens. So if you've got those in your basket, just make sure you check them out. I apologise if you do miss out on those this morning. So the next one is which one was it? Flowers on black. Also, the black's popular this morning. The black background just offering something different, which you can see with those 2 cushions here. If I just hold those up. That's your black, so you can see there where the butterflies really pop from that black background. And then if I just quickly swap that to the white, just adds just something slightly different. Let's look at the flowers on black. Let's open this one out. This is quite a retro print, actually. Let's open it right out. So this is a metre here of fabric, so 2 units, 16.90 for 2 units there. So you've got those nice, so you've got different rectangular shapes, you've got your circles, you've got your cylindrical, all different shapes to fill in there. Your nice teardrops. And the option to add those splashes of colour wherever you like. So you've got, you've got your greens and your reds, you've got your, all of your greens. Once these are coloured, they'll look totally different as well. So you could use these pens straight onto this fabric from Michael Miller's collection. A really unique way to customise your fabric. And again, just working on its own as well as a print. This particular one, the flower and the butterfly, and I think on the black background, is really lovely for a dress or for a little jacket or a skirt. And it has got a lovely drape to it too. And as I said earlier, colouring really has become very trendy again. I see people on the train colouring in, and you can buy those mindfulness books where it's all about, Zen and just sitting quietly and doing something where you're focused on one thing, as opposed to everybody scrolling on their phones like we all are all of the time. We're all addicted. It's not good. So just take some time out to do something, for you, and just something relaxing. So we've also got the option there with the flowers in white. So let's just swap it over. So we've also got owls and butterflies, but this is our flowers, again on white here. Oh, that's it. So you can see there that floral print again, if floral is something that you like. It's funny, isn't it? Because I always think if you doodle, I always doodle when I'm on the phone. I like to just be doing something, and I always draw flowers. They're my go-to thing to just doodle. I think they're just fun, aren't they? Fun and easy, even for someone that can't draw like me. I really can't draw. I draw flowers and snails, that's about it. So you can introduce that with the black next to it too. I'm just going to lay that there, again, so you get an idea of how they work together. You can see that exact same print, but just with the reverse background. VZEQ 47 for the Floral Fantasy on white there. And we've got one last butterfly to look at. All of these are the black lines of the outlines are really clear and bold, so you know those lines are nice and obvious for you to colour in. But also that they're still prominent once you've added the colour. So rather than feeling like it all fades into a bit of a mush of colour, you get that nice defined look to it. So you still have the shape, you still have the structure and the definition. This is your butterfly print here on white, and I'm just going to pop here. You can see where we've added the colour. Nice detail on the wings. LOEQ 57 is your item number for this white one here. And that's the paisley. Your butterfly one is called paisley this morning. So remember as well, we love to hear from you. I really love it when we get messages in. Yesterday, lots of people sent me pictures of their dogs, which made my morning. So you can get in touch a couple of ways. The first way is if you head to the website, which is sewingquarter.com. And if you go to the watch page, there's an icon at the top. And you just click on that and you'll scroll down, you'll see a live feed from today's show and you'll see that message the studio box. So what you need to do there is either log in or create an account, and you can send us a message that goes straight upstairs to our producer Paul. So if you've got a question for any of our designers or for me, or if you want to see another fabric again, or there's something that you want to see, it actually comes straight down to my tablet here as well on the desk. So I can hear straight from you, and we can also see your pictures. So underneath that, you'll see a whole shopping list of everything that's on today's show. So as we go through the morning, more products will be added to that. But at the moment, you can see those different Colour Me fabrics there, and the pens. And also another way to get in touch, you can email us, so studio@sewingquarter.com. Send us over an email, and also you can attach pictures that way as well. So if you want to send over, if you're, perhaps if you get the Colour Me fabric and once you've got it home, you want to show us what you've made, you can colour it in and send it over to us so we can see. So those pens have sold out this morning in our Tonal Treats Hour. We're looking at those Colour Me fabrics from Michael Miller. We've still got lots of selections of fabric, but something else that sold out last time it was on the show is our Fiskars rotary cutter. This is a circle cutter. So creating perfect circles, great for quilting, great if you don't want to keep getting out a dinner plate and drawing around it and trying to create that perfect circle, enabling you to do that in a whole range of diameters from 2 inches to 12 inches. So you've got a whole selection of different circle sizes that you can see here. Now, I actually used this for the first time this morning. I didn't have any sort of, whizzy lesson on it. It's really straightforward and simple to use. The producer was laughing in my ear because he's the one that showed me how to use it. But it is very straightforward, very simple to use. You literally just have to click this into place, and you can just pop the circle cutter around once it's in the channel. So I'll show you this first of all. This is the cutter itself, and the blade is completely encased within the plastic, so it's not going to be, it's not completely in view. So you remove that plastic case there. Now the blade isn't engaged, so this here, there's nothing there at all. If I turn it sideways, you can see there's no blade that's exposed. So you only see that blade as you press down and apply the pressure. If I turn it sideways, you can see more clearly there. Just as we're pressing down, you can see the blade there. So this is back in stock. This sold out last time it was in. Just a really easy way of creating those perfect circles. And this is how it arrives. So this is your circle cutter here. That was just as if by magic from under the desk. But you can see, let's just pop that on there. This is the cutter itself. You've got those nice clear markings on there in your black to lay onto your fabric, and then you get the actual cutter. Fiskars, again, that really reliable brand where lots of people will have their scissors. You know that those blades are going to be really sharp, really trustworthy, and going to stand the test of time. So 11 different size circles within this cutter. And also the option to add a seam allowance. So if you wanted, if you wanted a 2-inch circle, but with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, you can add that to it. So what we do is we start with, let's get some pink fabric. Let's go for pink. Navy's a bit dark. So you fold it in half. The important thing with this is that you're working on the fold. So obviously once you take it out, you've got that perfect circle. So then on your mat, if you just lay the fabric down, and then what you need to do here is just line up. I don't know if you can see this cross here on the on the plastic template. But it's got these nice grips here, so it's nice and secure, that's not going anywhere. Once you've lined it up, if you can see here, you've got a line where it says fabric fold line. And then if you wanted to add your seam allowance, there's a little dotted mark there, so you can just shift that along to add that little bit of extra seam allowance if you want to. So then from there, once you've lined that all up, you can see these channels, and I don't know if you can see these little notches that are on the bottom of the cutter itself. So there's no blade engaged at the moment, but you can see these two little plastic notches. Now these have to fit into the channel, so you just have to pop that in. Let's just check that's on there. Give that a wiggle. And once that's in, that's locked in place, so that you can't move that side to side, it's completely there. Now the lovely thing about this as well is that it twists, so this top section, rather than you having to, as you go round, having to twist the cutter to make it, edge around that semicircle shape, it moves for you. It does that twist, it's got that rotation and that freedom of movement, so the mobility is there to get that blade to move around. Now, also the great thing about this, rather than a rotary cutter, if you have perhaps problems with your wrists or with arthritis, with a rotary cutter, if you're at this angle and your wrist is down, that perhaps might be a difficult movement for you. With this, because you're coming from above, you've got slightly more pressure. You can apply that with the palm of your hand, with a grip, with a couple of fingers, whatever works for you. So we're going for the 3-inch circle. We're just going to pop this here, and then we apply some pressure as we go round all the way to the other side. Let me pop that there. And then, as if by magic, yay, a perfect circle. Look at that, absolutely perfect. So because it's on the fold, obviously that's opened out to create that really lovely circle there. And then you could add that if you wanted to any sort of fabric. So perhaps if you were going to add that onto your navy, if you wanted to do applique things on or embroider. And also what's nice about this as well, what we started looking at, we were playing with this morning, is that if you wanted to, you can create rings, so you could do smaller circles within bigger circles. So if I do, let's do one more circle here now. Now obviously this is great for saving time. If you're cutting loads and loads of circles for a really big project, you've got those standardised circles, they're going to come out perfect every time without you having to go to, having to draw around something. It's doing the work for you. So, also curves are just a bit tricky to cut with scissors, aren't they? Even if you use, your really small scissors, you don't always get that perfect smooth finish. It sometimes has a bit of a jaggedy edge or not that perfect curve. So this is the great way to do that. Let's go for a slightly bigger circle this time. So again, just lining it up on that cross. You can see there that fold line where it says fabric fold line here. Again, those 2 notches, just going to pop those in the channel. You can see that's locked in. That's not going anywhere. That's in the channel of the mat itself. Then just applying some pressure there as we go around. And then we just take that out like that. Again, another perfect circle. So if you're imagining that these were in different colours, you could start to, you could pop these together and you're going to have that perfect diameter all the way around the edge. But within this as well, I will just quickly show you, if I can do this here, what I mean about if you wanted to create rings. So you could pop this back on in the middle. And then from there, again, just inserting those notches into the channel, moving either side, hand away. That's it. And then from here, you've got a smaller circle, but you've also got a perfect ring there if you wanted to create different shapes, to add to things. So you can really play and start to add different things, and obviously with different fabrics, you get really different effects with that. So creating those perfect circles, this is a Fiskars circle cutter. And also the option as well, there's a blade changer. So you've got these replacement blades here, which just come like this. So we did this morning as well. We changed the blade, so it was a nice fresh one. It was the most simple thing to do ever. In fact, you literally just take the top of the cutter off, and then you just insert this inside. Your replacement blade there. You don't have to touch the blade at all. You just drop it straight in, so it's completely safe and really simple and straightforward. It probably took about just under 30 seconds to do that, from taking it off, dropping it in, just disposing of the other blade and screwing that circle cap back on. So $5.95 for the replacement blade. TMGQ73 is your item number for that one. And this one here, so this is the just a recap that in here you've got that blade, but it's completely encased within the plastic casing of the cutter itself, and it's only engaged once you apply that pressure there. So again, this sold out last time it was on there. It's a really simple, straightforward way of creating perfect circles every time without the hassle of getting a rotary cutter out. So the actual cutter itself, the item number will be popping up on your screens in a sec. So let's go back to our Colour Me fabrics. You can see there, if you've just tuned in, that's not an owl fabric that's got the colour already applied. This fabric actually comes as a monochrome black and white print, and you get to colour it in yourself with your textile markers. So let me do some more colouring. Yes, I can do some more colouring. We're colouring straight onto these fabrics this morning from Michael Miller, using the textile markers. If you've got them, well done, they've sold out already, they've been really popular. But you can use these pens straight onto the fabric to apply your design and your choice of colour. So let's look at some, we've not really done any greens yet, so let's do that. Maybe green and an orange. So you've got two different nibs with these, a thicker and a thinner end. Let's look at this owl up here now. So you can just start to add your detail, colouring straight onto the fabric there. If there is anything in your basket, please do check out Everything's super popular. This is a really lovely range and a really great way to customise your fabrics. Let's just add in a slightly lighter colour, might be easier for you to see. And then here, just adding that green all around. And you do get that nice finish with the pens, more so than with, colouring pencils in a book, because you get a much more even finish. Just there as we're shading that in. This is such a lovely way to introduce children as well to, to sewing and to customising things and the joy of doing that. We've also got some yellows. You can go for slightly bigger sections if you wanted to go all the way around that circle there. Just applying your strokes of colour all the way around the edges. I'm not going to do all of that because I just want to show you some different bits. Let's have a look at this pink. But you can just add that shape. And it really is so relaxing. I could honestly do this. I could do this all morning. Let's do this till 12 o'clock. Let's just do some colouring. These lovely hearts. Yeah. Really lovely different colours. But when you start to see these sections here, so this section that's already been filled in, someone's taken their time over this, and you can just see, those repeated colours. So this section here looks so effective with the yellows and pinks. If you just look at that, you could do a whole cushion just in those colours, or you can start to add different sections to it. So the next most popular fabric is the butterflies on black, which we've also got in a cushion here. So, and we've just made these into a really simple cushion. We've got a Spectrum Solid on the back and our butterfly print on the front, ready for you to colour straight onto. So let's look at some other colours. Let's go for a purple. So let's look at a butterfly now. So again, just colouring straight onto that body of the butterfly. Oh, went a bit over the edges there. Not concentrating. That's it. You can add, I like these nice bright colours. Oh, that's a lovely one. But you can see as well, you don't need to colour every single section if you don't want to. You can just pick and choose whichever parts take your fancy. And it's nice to play with, different colour combinations and different patterns. And because of the style of the print, because you've got lots of different, this is just me carrying on colouring. Because of the style of the print, there is the option to just add different sections of colour in small areas because you have got lots of little areas to fill in. So I could just add colour in the centre of these flowers here. So I could just do that. And that on its own looks really quite effective if you were just taking that section. But then you could, if you wanted to, continue just adding those colour on the dots. So that one there is our butterflies on black. Should we have a look at that? Let's open it out in full. So you get a bit more of an idea of the whole pattern that you're getting rather than just on a cushion. So there are 7 fabrics in total from this range that we've got on the show today. We haven't seen them for 3 months. They sold out last time they were on, so they are really popular. And these are, if they are in your baskets, just make sure you do check out. So all of these prints are being cut to measure, so you can have as much or as little fabric as you want. They're being sold by the half metre. So that price on your screens there is for a half metre. It's £8.45. It's really nice, just in the black and white, or with adding in your colour. MOEQ05 for this paisley one, which is your butterfly print there. And also these butterflies are not all the same. If we look really closely, we see different design within them, within the wings of those. So you've got different floral shapes, you've got hearts, you've got circles, you've got teardrops, you've got all different designs within the butterfly wings themselves. And that's £8.45 per half metre. So the next most popular, let's move along, is the flowers on white. Let's have a look at that. I've done that twice now. I just send all of the pens rolling across the table and then we roll them all back along. Let's go back to our flowers. Where have they gone? Flowers on white is hiding from me. Where have you gone? Okay. So all of these in half metre increments. This is your flowers on white. If I just hold it up like that, you can see. Let's hold it that way, actually. You get more of an idea of the style of the print, you know, from a distance and in terms of the actual shaping itself. But if I lay it on the table, you can see the pattern. That's it. Giving it a bit of a waft. I really like these circles here of just rectangles. I think that's a really effective shape. So the width of these fabrics are 112 centimetres. And they're all washable at 30 degrees, even once you've added your colour. So those pens are permanent once you've coloured it on there, and then they suggest ironing on the back of the fabric once it's dried for 6 hours. And then you can wash it as many times as you like, just at 30 degrees. And that colour is locked in the fabric. That's there forever. It'd be great to just fussy cut sections of this. You could take that flower, you could just colour in a small section of it, then you could add that to a denim jacket and there are lots of jeans in the shops at the moment with all different floral designs and embroidery on them. Flowers are really popular for those trends. But that big trend, colouring, it really has just become fashionable again. I think if perhaps maybe, 4 or 5 years ago, I don't think many adults would probably have had colouring books. But now, in all of the bookshops, and you see it at the airport and at train stations, you can buy colouring books, and it's just a really lovely way to sit and do something peaceful and taking some time for yourself to do something nice and calm. So what's the next most popular fabric? Fish on white. I think this one's my favourite, actually. I think the fish are my favourite on the white background here. Because for me, I think this would be really great for a bathroom. Or for a beach hut or something like that for the garden. So if you've got a pond, maybe you want some sort of, a pond accessory. So you've got these lovely fish here. Again, this would be great for a masculine project if you wanted to create a toiletry bag, perhaps, or a laundry bag or a shopper bag. But you don't just have to do cushions. So this one here is your Fish Frenzy fabric on white. Again, you can add that colour straight onto this, but leaving those white sections, or you could go for a whole block colour in all of these slightly larger sections here on the background. ZXEQ72 is your fish fabric on white. And I'm just going to say again, if you weren't here when I started saying it this morning, these fabrics are, they've been printed onto really lovely quilting and cotton. So they've got a really lovely drape to them. They're very soft and they're really, they feel very silky. There's nothing about them that's rough, or because they've got those lines on, you start to think, I don't know if you almost automatically assume, particularly on the white, that it's like paper or it's going to have a rough feel to it. But the texture is really lovely and smooth. So, There's also an option for fish on black. Again, continuing perhaps with that more masculine theme, if you wanted to do a project for Father's Day. So let's look at that. Let's just open that here so you can see. So it's the same print. These work really well together. We were saying as well, if you wanted to do a reversible cushion or something, you know, where you could turn it inside out, a reversible bag, you could have the black on one side and the white on the other, just adding something slightly different, a slightly different feel. But you can just see the difference that adds to, you know, giving that definition to the fish itself. It's actually slightly easier to see the fish on that black background. BIEQ 68 for the Colour Me Fish fabric on the black background there. And all of these are $8.45, so it's all the same price. It's just whichever one you like the look of, whichever design you like. So the next one is the flowers on black. Thank you for everyone that's joined us this morning. If you've just joined us, welcome. We've had a Colour Me fabric hour, so where you can draw. We've got these great textile marker pens. You can go straight onto the fabric and colour it in, which is almost, I know it sounds too good to be true. It's just like magic. It's a great concept, a really, really clever idea. From Hayley at Michael Miller. So you've got this here. This is the flowers on a black background. Now also you could combine these if you wanted to multi-buy, because you can see there you've got that, you've got those floral prints that you can mix and match those that appear in both. So they do work well together. Or even introducing your, you've got your butterflies. In fact, the butterflies work well with the flowers, because you've got that garden theme. If you wanted to pick and mix those together. So this one here is your Floral Fantasy on black. KUEQ 90 is your item number for that one. And again, this one, $8.45 per half metre, in that nice soft cotton. Ready for you to apply colour or not, whatever you think. So we have got left the owls. This one's the most popular. I think as well because if you see it with that colour, then you really start to see this is where the magic of the fabric is. When if you look at this side by side, you don't have to colour every one, but if you see those side by side, you can see that what adding that colour really does to the fabric. It completely makes the design really pop. It really emphasises the detail within the construction of those owls. Lots of people buying this one this morning. Congratulations if you've already got it. So we've got Tracy from Devon, Elaine, Angela, Sue from Essex, Debbie, Carol, Narissa, Annette from Shropshire, Rosie from Shropshire, Joy from Nottinghamshire. So good morning to all of you. I'm glad you're liking the fabric this morning. Send us a picture if you're making something with it. Or perhaps, if you've got a project in mind, or if you've got any questions about the fabric, again, you can email us at sewingquarter.com, studio@sewingquarter.com. So this is the owl print here, the most popular one that we've had this morning from this collection. We've got it on a cushion cover here. Let's do a little bit of colouring in on that so you can just see. What colour should we go for? Let's look at these. I want to use some different ones. So there's two different nibs on the pens, a thicker and a thinner end, so you can use those depending on which section you're doing. I really like this part here where you've just used two colours, and you can see that repeating that pattern, because the print's got a repeat within it, you could repeat that as you move out across the design. So that section there where you've got your yellows and pinks works really well together, and you can see that on the mirror image on the body of the owl. So let's just look at this section. If we were to do, part of this flower one here, you could just add the central sections of the flowers. I'll just do a small area so you get an idea. And then if I go for a brighter colour, you can just add that to the petals of the flowers. You could do every other one. You could really take your time over this. Just enjoy, pulling together the different colours and the different elements within that. I quite like that with the yellow, but then you could have two on the outside with a, let's go for a pink. Just adding that there. So this is so you can see there just where you can start to add. And I think if we add some other sections, slightly thicker sections, so with the fabrics, we have still got some availability, but if you have got these in your baskets, please do check out. I don't want you to miss out. There's a lot in baskets at the moment. Once you start filling in these slightly bigger sections, you can see how those colours really start to come and really start to pop. And then you can introduce other, you could bring that yellow one back in there. Oh, that's a slightly thicker nib there, but that works for that section, so that's fine. Just bringing in those different colours. So I didn't get a beret for my art show this morning. I wanted an easel and a beret. That didn't happen, but maybe another time. So we've got a message here as well from Sonia. Good morning, Sonia. Morning, Amy. Love Michael Miller fabric. Our son... Oh, I can't read the bottom part of the message. Oh, I see. That's I've just been told in my ear that John calls you Alson. That's really lovely. So yeah, the Michael Miller fabrics are really gorgeous. They're just a really great way to add those different elements of design if you want to add the colour wherever you like. I've absolutely loved doing this colouring this morning. In fact, I could just carry on with it. But these fabrics in all your different options, whether that's your fish, your owls, your flowers, your butterflies, different prints for your cushions, for dressmaking, for toiletry bags, all different choices you can see here on both your black and your white backgrounds. So after the break, I'm joined by Jennifer Mills. We've got a really lovely swing frock tunic type dress, which I'm actually going to go and put on. So we'll see you in 3 minutes.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
So today I'm going to be showing you how to do a chain stitch. You're basically making a series of loops to create a line of chain stitching, but you can also use these individually to create a lazy daisy stitch. So I'm going to be using embroidery thread today. I've put a knot in the end just for speed, and you're going to start from the back of your project first. So I'm going to come in from the back to the front, and then going to go back in to my fabric quite close to my original stitch. But this time I'm going to come out and wrap my thread around my needle, creating the first loop. I'm then going to repeat that process again before wrapping my thread around my needle to create a loop. Now I'm making these really super big so you can see what I'm doing. You make these smaller if you were doing it for a piece of embroidery work or adding embellishments to your garment. To finish your daisy stitch, you're going to do the same again where you wrap your thread around your needle. But instead of coming back inside the loop, here, you're going to go over it and go back out. So you're creating a lock, like so. So there's your train of stitches. If you're going to do a lazy stitch, a lazy daisy stitch, it's the same thing where you pull your thread out from the back to the front. You're going to create a loop by wrapping your thread around that needle and then securing it with that knot before doing another stitch anywhere else onto your work.
Join us on Saturday the 3rd of June as Mandy Shaw makes a welcome return to the Sewing Quarter studios. Mandy's exciting projects include sewing room accessories, home decor, and this spectacular patchwork quilt made using foundation piecing techniques. Expect bags of tips and ideas delivered with Mandy's usual warmth, wit, and needle-sharp skill. So, join me, John Scott, and Mandy Shaw on Saturday the 3rd of June at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Good morning, so welcome back. As if by magic, we've done a quick change in that 3 minutes. So I'm doing it to give you a little twirl. In this hour, I'm joined by Jennifer Mills and we're doing some dressmaking, hence the quick change. So we're looking at this swing frock from Clothkits, which is a really lovely pattern. It's sort of a tunic. In fact, I don't know if you can see here, maybe if I come to the side of the desk, you can just see more. It's a really lovely A-line sort of fitted tunic there that you can wear. I've got it on over jeans, but you could wear that with tights, or you could wear that, you can extend the dress, make it slightly longer, and you could wear it, you know, on holiday with bare legs or anything like that. But it's a really lovely fit. It's got a nice cut on the sleeves there as well, and just really comfortable, really easy to wear. So it's a nice lightweight tunic that we're looking at this morning there from Clothkits, and the actual pattern itself is a really lovely one. The kits, they're quite funny actually. They have all little humorous notes within the pattern itself and within those instructions. And we were saying it's almost like a workbook. It's got lovely, beautiful illustrations inside there and all annotations and different designs. So it's size 8 to 20 is within the frock itself. And we've got 4 different fabric bundles for you this morning, which is enough fabric to make any of those sizes from the size 8 all the way to the size 20. So 2.5 meters of fabric in all of those. And the pattern itself is being sold separately. This is your Clothkits swing pattern. UDCY27 is your item number for that one. You can just see it here. But let's look at these bundles. So the one that I'm wearing, we'll start with that one first. This one here, you're getting 2.5 meters of this fabric. I'll just open this out. So this is a really lovely and bright, you know, vivid pink here. It's almost a purpley pink. I think it's got a sort of purpley tones in it as well. So this is your damson. If I hold that up, you can see slightly more clearly. 2.5 meters there. And within that frock bundle, you're also getting your complementary thread. So that match, the tonal match there is really lovely. And then also you get this lovely little sort of pearlescent button. So you've got that nice sheen to it. Because on the back of this, I don't know if you can see, if I can quickly show you. We'll look in a sec. But there are 3 little buttons on the back of the dress. Oh, we can see the buttons. There they are. Those buttons are actually slightly different to the ones that are in the pack. They're a different colour, but you can see where they apply on the back of the dress there on the fastening. So WDGC42 is your item number. That's for the damson frock bundle, which is your fabric, your thread and your buttons. And that's the colour of the dress that I've got on this morning, made by the lovely Jennifer. So we've also got some different colour options for you. We've got this one here, which is a linen style. It's a cotton, but it's a linen style. So you've got that linear texture look to it, sort of that cross-hatching if we look at it a bit closer. Let's open it out a little bit so you can see a bit more. This is a really lovely soft cream. It's almost got sort of a white look to it, so really perfect for the summer. But a nice soft fabric too. And that linen texture, if you can see there, it's got a grain to it. Perfect for a summer's evening, perhaps for a holiday dress or a holiday top, if you're going away in the summer. Perfect once you've got a tan. So PKGC98, and that one is paired again with your thread, and that one has some nice cream buttons with it again, 3 buttons there for the back fastening. Then your next one along is another linen style fabric. Again, it is cotton, but you've got, this is a coral option for you here. So this is almost what I'd call a dusty rose. It's got a really lovely, it's also got a sheen to it. If I pick it up, you can actually see it's got, it sort of catches the light. It's got a bit of a shimmer, which is really nice. You can just see that under the light there. So again, you get 2.5 metres of that coral fabric. And then paired with that, you've got this thread here, which is a nice, soft, peachy sort of colour that works really well with the coral. And if we just stay there, I'll show you the buttons. This one, we've gone for some nice red buttons for that detail at the back. So NYGC98 for your coral pattern, for your coral pack, and that one's £27.95. And then our last one, this is the one that we're working with Jennifer this morning. So this is a really lovely azure blue. So it's a nice, rich, uniform colour. If I just hold that there so you can see. So you've got 2.5 metres of fabric here, which is enough to make the dress in any of the size options within the pattern, so up to a size 20. That's your blue fabric there. This is a more affordable option. This is the most affordable bundle this morning. And that's been paired there with a nice turquoisey sort of thread and these green buttons, which you saw on that close-up on the back of the pink dress there. You can just see that. If I show you with the blue, how they work together. So LNGC94 is your item number for that one. And that is 19.45. So, lots of different fabric options for you, but we're working with Jennifer this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. This is our first show, isn't it? We've not done one yet, so we're jumping straight in. So you've made this one before. What do you like about this pattern?
The simplicity of it, not just in terms of that shape, but there's no top stitching, no interfacing, no understitching. It's just really beautifully simple. Yeah.
So it's a good project for a beginner, would you say?
Yeah, and all the instructions are in here. I'm going to go slightly add some extras, as I always like to do. But yes, it's beautifully, it has this hand-drawn quality about it that I really like.
Like you've stolen someone's sketchbook, don't you? It's got
and like you said, these funny little notes. Are you tall? This is a shorty. Elongate the pattern on this line.
So it's just adding in, it's got a personality. It's a pattern with a personality. Yeah. Let's have a look inside just so you can see what Jennifer's referencing there. So it's just got this lovely sketchbook feel to it with these nice drawings and the nice detail and those little sort of jokes and one-liners that feels like someone's talking to you. So you can just see that notebook quality to it as we move through. Lots of little tips, and it's beautiful that it's colour illustrations as well. If I turn back, you can see here how to construct the dress and talking you through all those instructions. Did you find this easy to follow?
Yes.
Nice and straightforward?
Yeah, yeah. The key is not to sew the centre back seam, but I can demonstrate why.
Okay, well let's do that then. So we're working with this azure one. How do we get started, or where would you like to start?
Should we have a look at the pattern? Because it's on this lovely, really good quality paper, and it's simply made up of a back-facing. And what I do when it's a multi-size pattern is I fold it back to that size. There is an option to cut it to whichever size you're working with. But I like getting maximum use out of patterns. Or you can trace it off if it's something you're going to make more than once. That's got a bit damaged in travel, but it's still but
then if you change size, you've not ruined the pattern.
You've still got a multi-size pattern, that you can get the very most out of. So that's what I did. That's why it's folded back, in case that looks a little strange. And
nice thick paper, as you said.
Different lines as guidelines here. So referring to measurements, I would always do that first. And some of the cloth kits patterns have the body measurements on here, and some have garment measurements. So that's really important to note. If you've made maybe another cloth kits pattern and it listed garment measurements, then just double check which it is.
Body or the dress.
Yeah, and to measure yourself or whoever you're making it for. And then refer to this, because I think the beauty of making your own clothes is that you're making for that body. It's not about stock sizes. That was brought in for manufacturing purposes. So these are reference only. So use them as a guideline and then make something that's going to fit.
So rather than having something that's generic, you know that it's going to fit in all the right areas. And like we were saying earlier, there isn't a generic size 10 or, those measurements are different. So take your measurements and then you can fit it to you. Yeah,
and definitely bear in mind if you would like it to be a longer length than the one you're wearing, and the one you're wearing is this pattern, then think about that before and take a shoulder to waist measurement and then shoulder to hem, or get someone to help and take it from this measurement, because vertical measurements are as important as horizontal measurements. So think about before it's actually placed on your beautiful fabric and cut out, or make a toile. That's another option, to make a sort of prototype in something like calico, and then try it on, see how it fits, see whether you'd like it longer or shorter, and then take it to the beautiful fabric.
So
that's
then
another
you're
option.
not going to go straight in and start cutting on your wrong one.
That's the
I love as
beauty of
well that there's
toile.
the option with this one to elongate it. So obviously I'm stood behind the table, so you can't see the length, but it's quite a short sort of tunic top, which is lovely for layering with leggings or jeans. But if you wanted to wear it as a longer dress, you know, the pattern talks you through that process of making it slightly longer.
Yeah. And the one you're wearing, I didn't put pockets in the side seam.
No.
But I am going to with the blue.
We're going to look at the pockets today.
Yeah, 'cause I think that's a useful skill that relates to this, but it's a handy one.
And we always need pockets. You always need a pocket to pop things in. And
so I've started to put that together, and I'm going to demonstrate the rest of it.
Lovely.
But yeah, in terms of lengthening it, this pattern hasn't actually got the lines on, but it's simply a case of using a set square. I mean, if you're only lengthening it by about that much, then just add that much on. But if it's a significant amount, you just need to draw a line with a set square that's 90 degrees from the centre front or centre back, open out the pattern, add some pattern paper in, sellotape it, and then you've got, and join the lines up, so it's a nice smooth side seam that's got that lovely flare on it, and then you've got a longer version.
So you've got that option to cover up a bit more if you want to, if you wanted to wear it without something underneath.
So take that
that's all right, we
out
can
of the way.
So let's get cracking. I love this blue fabric.
It's a lovely shade of blue, isn't it?
Shade of blue. What part would you like first?
Well, that's the centre back, and we're going to leave that seam for now. What I'm going to do is I've sewn one pocket, and they're all, I'm a big fan of notching and marking, so I've got lots of references. I do as much marking while it's on the cutting table so that I can then take it to the sewing machine, and I just find the workflow is then...
It's there,
there's no,
all of your prep's done.
Was that supposed to match or not? So this, you can see I've used the dissolvable pen and there's like a burgundy mark there, and there's a corresponding one on the pocket piece. So that pocket piece I've already sewn on, and it's a centimetre seam allowance. So the garment itself is 1.5 throughout, which is 5/8 of an inch. But I'll show why this is. When you put this pocket piece on, it's just a centimetre, and then a neat edge stitch over the top that keeps it flat.
Nice deep pockets as well.
Yeah, but not so, they're just in the right place, so they're not too near the hem, not too high up. So what I did was, and you sew all the way from the top of the pocket. So those notches are just for matching. It's not about stitching between them.
Like you said, so it's in the right part of the dress. You don't want it too near the hem.
That's it. So, and I'm using white thread so it shows up really nice and clearly.
Visible.
I've used a matching one on there, but it makes life. Now I have to remember I'm using this machine. I get this muscle memory thing where I go over here for certain buttons, and it's like stepping into a car.
No, absolutely. Yeah. That whole thing of I don't know where anything is, I don't know how to open the windows or how to open.
Just need a moment of familiarising myself. And also the other thing, while I'm sewing, that I'll mention is that I've overlocked all of the pieces all the way around, apart from the hem. Partly because I like working that way. I know it's neat and it's not going to fray out. And also bringing it here from my sewing room, I'm not working with a frayed piece.
It's nice finish.
Yeah. And also, in the case of pockets, they can go on and there's no raw edges. It's all neatened already.
And also it gives it that slightly, almost a bit more strength, doesn't it, to the bottom of the pocket? You know, you're going to have, if you've got things in there.
I mean, you could use a zigzag also. It doesn't have to be. And a lot of machines have got, a lot of sewing machines have now got a stitch on that kind of replicates overlocking. But I like to neaten things beforehand.
So this is the clothkits pattern that we're working with this morning, and there are all different size options on the back, from a size 8 to a size 20, all within that one pattern. We've also got 4 different fabric bundles that all have enough fabric in those bundles for all of the sizes of the dress. So the pattern you can see on your screen there, UDCY27, and that's $12.95 for this really lovely tunic, and with that detailed notebook with all of those instructions as well as the pattern itself to talk you through the process of making it there. But we've got we've got the real life version here. We've got Jennifer with us so she can show us. We're just adding the pockets at the moment.
So I've sewn that on centimetre seam allowance, and then I'm going to I'm just going to finger press, and then the stitching is really close to the edge.
Yes.
In the direction of the pocket, because we want that to be inside the garment and not visible.
What are the details for the pocket in the pattern itself?
Yes, it's have I buried the instructions?
In terms of the oh, they're here. Oh, look, you.
Yes, it's they do this added extras kind of thing.
Oh, here
yes,
it is.
So there it is. There's a page just on pockets.
So there's a whole section here on optional pockets. So you can see here it's showing you exactly where to insert those on the dress, so you've got them in the right area. And then here you've just got this section, which is exactly what Jennifer's doing, just adding that pocket there, that detail. And was it in the pattern too, the shape for the pocket?
Yes, it is.
Great.
Yeah, it's all in there. Absolutely, everything's there. So that shows up much better in white. That's just keeping that pocket nice and flat and also inside the tunic.
And that there you did as close to the edge as you
Yeah,
could
I've done
with.
that about 2 millimetres. I think they suggest 1. I think I went for 1 on the other. So now we've got...
I quite like it in the white. I quite like that the white looks nice with the blue fabric too.
Yeah. So now that back tunic has got pockets on it, I'm just going to do this exactly the same. I've already done one there again in blue, so I'm going to do the same here, and then I'm going to join the shoulder seams.
Okay.
And also on the facings.
Now, if you're having trouble adding things to your basket this morning, there might be a technical issue. So you can just give the call centre a ring. You can always give them a ring. It's a free phone number, a UK-based call centre, 0800 112 4433. And we apologise if that has happened. They will be sorting it out as quickly as they can. So have they sorted it? Oh, our technician is already on the job. So just give the call centre a ring, and they can add any of these products to your basket for you.
So again, it's really important that goes in that direction.
Yeah. Is that so it lays once it's inside, once you've
so
assembled
you won't
that
see
together,
it.
it's completely hidden?
Because we've done a centimetre first, and then the rest of the seams are 1.5, that's just inside the tunic and not visible.
So you get that lovely sort of
So they're there.
hidden finish.
Yeah,
like
they're there in the
invisible.
seam, but they're not screaming out that you've got side seam pockets.
So if you've got nothing in there, it's still going to lay completely flat, exactly as this one is now, which is really lovely.
Okay. And then we can move on to the shoulder seams.
Great.
So what I'm going to do is just put this flat, 'cause it's easier, like I said, to put things together, not necessarily right in front of the sewing machine. Make sure they all belong together.
You liked.
So it'll be shoulder to shoulder, right sides together. I think the one you're wearing has got French seams, if I remember rightly. So that would have been, yes, I did French seams on that. That's probably about the heaviest weight cotton I would sew French seams on. But what I love about them is that you don't get any, this is a different finish, having overlocking. I loved that.
I can show that here actually.
Minimalist look. So the seam
here. we twist it around. You can see there.
All the raw edges are enclosed and there's no overlocking. I wouldn't really do them on any heavier fabric than that.
But it worked with this one that we've, this pink.
Yes, it does. And I think down the centre back, I did a technique where you fold that under and stitch close to the edge to neaten it. So if you turned it inside out, it would kind of look very similar to the outside, which this one wouldn't.
But finished.
Yes, it's nice to, what I want to do is share as many different techniques as possible. And
Absolutely.
Then the options are there for people to say, oh, I would prefer to do that one, or I'll try that one.
Or whatever you...
Yeah, so these, I'm making sure those are right sides together. So that's the front and the back. Don't really need many pins. And this is called a grown-on capped sleeve. It means that the cap sleeve is there, but when you grow on, you can do a grown-on waistband. And it's, if you had, say, a pencil skirt and then the waist finished here, the waistband it's there, but not visible. You haven't got a visible sleeve seam.
So it's a less obvious
Yeah,
sort of
it exists in the shape, but there's no seam.
It's a very flattering arm fit, actually.
And it's a lovely shoulder curve, isn't it? If you look at that.
You can just see that gentle sort of curve, but I think it's very flattering, you know, rather than if you don't want your shoulders completely exposed or the tops of your arms. It just gives you that bit of extra coverage.
Yes. And the facing for this is simply the top portion of the tunic.
Okay, yeah, it's just this
Curved
section
up.
here.
You always curve facings up above the bust. So that's the front facing.
Okay.
Back facing. That's the centre back seam. I think this should be a lot clearer than me sewing it in a deep navy blue, which I did before, and it didn't show up as well as I would have liked. But
These are really lovely summery
we live and
fabrics.
learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the shoulder seams are 1.5, as are the rest
The
of
whole
the seams.
these are the whole
The
dress.
only exception are those pocket seams that I just sewed that were
Other than that,
a
it's
centimetre.
all the way around, just that
Yeah.
generic.
Yes.
So there are lots of different there are 4 different fabric options this morning. This one here that Jennifer's working with is the azure blue. So that bundle is the one that's on your screen. So you get 2.5 metres of fabric in that bundle, as well as your buttons and your thread. Really lovely summery colour, perfect for, and it's a nice lightweight material. In fact, I think I'm just going to show you that fabric. Let's just let Jennifer.
So I
just
then
finish
go
your-
straight across to the other shoulder. I think John and I call it tailgating. It's his funny expression for it. It always makes me laugh.
Next one.
Chain piecing. So instead of bringing that out, chopping it off, going back to what I'm next going to sew, it's logical, time-saving and thread-saving to go to the next one.
Get right on the bumper of that car in front of you. Just butt it right up against it. And that's a nice gentle curve to stitch as well. It's not
is.
anything too scary, is it?
No, not at all. No. And then a little reverse at the end, and then I go straight to those shoulder seams.
Okay.
And then I'll sew the facings to the body around the armhole and the neckline.
Yeah.
And then there'll be quite a bit of clipping to do.
Okay.
It's amazing what a difference the distance apart that you clip and how you clip makes to those edges.
The finish of
Yeah.
that overall.
Yeah, that neck
'Cause you
could
want
look
that
completely
professional
different.
finish, don't you? You want it to have that nice.
It's all part of it, and also all part of, I think, wearing something that you've loved making is such a joy. So just those little details, like how you clip something or how you put the pockets in, can make a really big difference to how you feel when you wear it.
Absolutely. So you're just going to carry on doing those shoulders. I'm just going to quickly look at the
Okay,
fabric,
sure.
so you can just finish those ones off, but don't go any further
And
after
I need
that.
to press them. So should I press them
yes,
while
you
you're...
can press them. We won't miss, and then we won't miss anything, will we? We can pop.
I'm
back
going
in
to
a
press them
second.
open so they're nice and flat.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
So we'll leave Jennifer doing that. We'll look at the fabric options. So let's have a look. We've had a message from Sarah. Morning, Sarah. Thanks for messaging in. Oh, she's made this dress already. Send us a picture.
Yeah.
Oh, if you send us a picture. Oh, lovely. There it is. Oh, I like it in the red.
How lovely.
Gained a lot of confidence from doing the project, and it was really simple, and also got some enthusiasm to make clothes now. Oh, how
Yay,
lovely!
great.
Oh, I love a story when it all comes together. That's really great.
nice.
So I hope you've got some other projects planned now you've started. Sometimes you just need a nice, simple beginner's project to start with to get you going. You know, with if it's a new skill area or something you've not done before, and the confidence that you get from making something you then feel you like is great. So I'm really happy that you're pleased with it. So let's look first of all at let's look at the blue, which is the one that we're working with. Let's have a look. So you get 2.5 meters of fabric. I can attempt to undo all of this. Let's see, you've got lots of fabric here. This is our most affordable bundle as well, so $19.45 for this one. It seemed like a good idea to open it out, but my arm span's not even going to allow me to hold the length of the fabric. But you've got loads of fabric here, 2.5 meters. So that's for all of the sizes in the pattern, from a size 8 to a size 20. So this is the azure blue. Let's fold it up a bit so you can see the colour more clearly. There we are. You can just see that colour there. And that's been paired with a really lovely turquoise thread, which we're working with, and also with some buttons. So let's just see. Let's just fold that up again. I'll show you these buttons with it so you can just get an idea of the colour combinations. If I pop them together, just complementing there. It's a lovely thread colour actually there from Glutamine. It's a sort of a turquoisey one with a bit of a sheen to it. Perfect for those summer days. Now the next one is the one that I'm wearing. This is becoming, I had the reversible jacket on last time I was here. I love wearing the clothes that all the designers have made. I think I'm in such awe of what they put together. And so this is this is the damson pink here, which is a nice sort of a purpley pink. You can see that there. So this is 2045. Again, you've got 2.5 meters of that fabric. And that's been paired with this thread here, which don't they work well together? I think they work really beautifully together. And then this lovely sort of pearly button there with a sheen to it. I love this bundle. I think as a collection, those three work really well together. So 2.5 meters of fabric, your buttons and your thread, WDGC 42, and that one is 2045. Then we've also got two linen look fabrics. So they're not linen, they are cotton, but you've got that sort of cross-hatching detail to them, so they've got a bit of a textured look. And these are really super soft fabrics. So we'll start with the cream one here. This is a sort of a white sort of cream, and the texture in it is almost got a grey look to it, a really soft grey. So it's a linen texture bundle, and that's been paired there with that nice cream thread and your buttons. Again, 2.5 meters of fabric. This would be really great for a summer wedding, perhaps if you wanted to lengthen the dress, make it slightly longer. Maybe if you're going to a wedding abroad or in this country and the sun's going to shine, which we can never guarantee, but both of these, the cream and the coral bundles here would be great for that. And the last bundle is our coral. So again, it's that linen texture, but it's really soft. This one has a sheen to it. It sort of shimmers in the light and really catches the light. You can just see that there. I personally think this is more of a dusty pink as opposed to a coral. It's definitely got that sort of dusty pink feel. And that's the thread there, which is a nice peachy colour. And your red buttons. So that one's $27.95. NYGC98 is your item number for that. So 4 different options. As I said, all of those are covering the different sizes within the pattern itself. And the pattern is being sold separately this morning. That's from Clothkits, and that is $12.95. So let's get that pattern back over here, and we can crack on with our dress. So we left, Jennifer, you were pressing open the seams of the shoulders.
So I've pressed open shoulder seams on both the facing, which is this piece we see uppermost, and also the body, which is underneath.
Okay, so just that there's been pressed open. You can just see that's what Jennifer
And
did.
I haven't neatened those because they're all enclosed. They're in this area here.
So we're not going to see
So
them.
they won't, if you put it in the washing machine, for instance, it won't endure lots of stress. So it's completely enclosed with the facing. So that's why that's raw.
Save yourself a job.
And not neatened, yeah. And so I've used the technique where you put a pin through the middle of the seam.
Yep.
And then just checked underneath.
So
What I want is for it, yes, I want it to be perfectly matched. And I'm going to start at the centre back, and then sew.
Now the centre back was the section you said there was something to note.
Yes, we don't sew it together yet. It happens last because we're going to be bagging it out.
Right. With our facing.
Yeah. So I haven't got many pins in because this fabric isn't slippery. You tend to put this facing next to the body, and the two just stay together. I've put pins in to mark really crucial matching points, but I haven't really put many in because I don't feel I need them.
Along the way, you don't need just to make sure.
I do love lots of checkpoints along the way. That's why I always, when I make patterns, I put lots of notching marks as references, and it makes such a difference when you're sewing something together.
Well, that's how you get that accuracy, don't you? And then once you're on the machine, that part is straightforward because you've got that guidance. You've got almost things to bump into along the way to know that you're on track.
Yeah, it's great. It adds to the enjoyment, I think, as well. So I'll sew up to that, but not over it. And I'm making sure I'm not stretching the neck. You could stay stitch the neck. I tend to stay stitch a lot, but in this instance, I've just put the two together. But that is an option. I think it's not a case of having to do things a particular way. If it was a very drapey fabric, I would stay stitch. But I'm not stretching, I'm simply guiding it round that curve. Because it's a lovely round neckline.
Yeah, it has got that nice soft. So it's a very feminine cut, I think, these dresses. Clothkits call it an easy peasy, easy peasy, flary dress. That's what they call it. I feel that their patterns really have a bit of personality to them.
They do.
They're not, you know, just sort of straightforward, generic, basic instructions. They do this easy peasy flary dress, and it's telling you, you know, ways to extend it if you think it's a bit of a shorty. It's got sort of little jokes and tips in there, which is really nice. And also, there's no sort of tricky fastenings. There's no zip, is there, or anything that's going to... So if you are a beginner, there's not something like Sarah, who sent us her picture this morning. There's nothing there that's too scary.
Not at all.
As a starting project.
It's an absolute dream to put together. And they suggest in the instructions 1 rouleau loop, but I couldn't resist doing 3.
Once you've done one, you might as well do a couple.
I just really like rows of loops and buttons.
You get 3 buttons in the bundle as well, actually. So if you've got them, why not?
Okay, so that's the neck.
Great.
And then I'll do all the clipping at the same time. So the neck is sewn together, facing to body. And then I'm going to sew the armholes together.
It makes sense to do all of one thing at once, doesn't it? So
It does.
Do all the sewing, then
Yeah.
do all the clipping. And
Yes. Yeah. And the clipping is probably, I don't know, probably takes as long as the sewing, I think, to get it right. When I made it before, I didn't put the clips, because there's no right or wrong, it's just a process of sometimes
Figuring it out.
clipping it and then turning it through and having a look what it looks like. But because that's quite a steep curve in that underarm position, just the difference of, say, clipping 1 centimetre apart or clipping 2 centimetres apart is the difference between it turning through and looking great or not.
so it's just
But I can demonstrate that in a
figuring
moment.
out.
And
Would
there's
you
this
ever use...
curve. You can, I don't know whether that shows
Oh, yeah, you can see
clearly. It
the
goes
under.
underarm, and then that curves out there, and then curves back.
To give you that sort of shape here.
Yeah.
Would you ever use pinking shears for sort of cutting or clipping, or do you like to cut further in than that?
Yes, it's more like a V going in towards the stitch line. So
slightly deeper than
I
you would
wouldn't
get with-
tend to use them for that, no. Just some nice sharp scissors where you know the blade is going to cut. I use the end of the blade.
Snip
I've
right
got
in
some
the
lovely
place.
sharp ones here, so I'll do that in a moment. And also reducing down the seam allowances as well, because what we don't want is bulk.
No, you need to
Which will
lay
make it-
nice and flat.
Yeah. So just coming to that underarm position again and taking it really steady around that curve. It's a case of just coaxing the fabric through, but not stretching it or pulling it or pushing it.
I think
You
guidance, as you said, was
Yeah.
a good way to describe it. You're
Yeah.
just guiding it through
Yeah.
rather than
the machine
anything
and the
too
feed
forceful.
dog do the rest.
So this is the pattern that we're working with this morning, and this is the Clothkits pattern. So it's from sizes 8 to 20. They're all within that one pattern itself. You've obviously got all your pattern pieces in there, which we were saying earlier are printed on a really lovely thick paper. But there's nothing tricky. It's a really easy peasy dress. You've got those cap sleeves, the looped opening at the back. In fact, if I turn this round here, you can see all your different size options there. And 2.5 meters of fabric is enough for all of those sizes. So you can see it's guiding you with your bust, your waist and your hip measurements there. So once you've measured this is using your body measurements, then you can use those to figure out which size dress you want to make. So you can see here 2.5 meters for all of those sizes. And then the actual instructions themselves that come inside, not just the pattern, but this is a really lovely workbook feel to this. It's a beautifully colour illustrated set of instructions, a really comprehensive guide with some additional tips as well. Just, you know, if you want to add extra options, so there's a whole section on if you want to add which you can see here, those optional pockets. This actually is very similar to that coral linen bundle that we've got this morning. You can see that there. And talking you through all of that process of adding the button loop. So just a very comprehensive guide holding your hand through making the tunic. UDCY27 is your item number for that, and that one's £12.95. And if you want that coral one, that's just the one on your screens there. That's the linen texture fabric bundle with that nice, it's a dusty pink with a nice peach thread and your red buttons, £27.95. So we've just finished adding that facing to the...
Yeah, I was just having a moment of, have I put the pockets on the right way? You know, when you...
And have you? Oh, you're not sure? We're not sure.
We are sure.
We are sure,
yes.
we're good.
Right sides together. Yes, yes.
Good.
Yes. You know when something just...
Doesn't quite in your head?
Yeah.
You know when you start fast-forwarding and thinking, oh, I don't know if I'm in the right place or the...
Yeah.
We're all good.
So, the neckline is sewn and the armholes are sewn, and the way I clip, and I've tried many different ways over the years, but the way I prefer it is to have my hand underneath like that and not do it flat, because then I know that what I'm clipping is just the fabric, and I'm not catching anything in, and I'm just focusing on this
sight line underneath.
Yeah, and I'm just focusing on really what's on top of my fingers, and there's no danger of anything, because there's quite a lot to this.
You don't want to catch the dress.
No, I don't. No.
So you're just doing that by eye, you know, just gauging where you feel.
Yes, and I know from experience,
yeah,
that we need more in there, because last time I did that distance, then we turned it through, and it looked slightly puckered. So anywhere that's a more acute curve needs more clipping.
Okay, just to give you that smooth, nice sort of finish.
I'm going to take those off, just so it's there's less in there inside the tunic, like that.
I love when people are thorough and have a sort of a bit of an eye for detail. You want to have that. If you're going to take the time to do it, you might as well do it properly, mightn't you?
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to, it's something you're going to wear a lot and get pleasure out of.
Like I said, I just think the joy of making something, enjoying the process of making it, and then the wearing, is just so lovely.
Well, I said this morning when Jennifer came on set, I said, "Oh, I love your jacket. Where did you get that from?" She was like, "Well, I finished making it yesterday." Do you make all of your own clothes?
Yeah.
Do you?
I do. So that's one done, one armhole.
And you flip it over.
Yep. And I do the same again.
We've had a message in. Let's have a look. Hi, Amy. It's from Geraldine. Good morning. Hi, Amy. Can you stand to the side of the table so I can see how it hangs on you, please? From Love Geraldine from St Helens. Good morning. Of course I can. You want me to see me do a twirl? Should I step this side of the table? Let's go this side so you can see. So it's sort of an A-line dress in that tunic there, so you can see it just hangs, rather than being clingy to your body, you get that sort of nice, sort of loose fitting. It's a nice light fabric as well. If I turn around there, you can just see, I've probably got a big mic pack at the side, but you can just see that really nice, so you get that fitted section at the top here, but those really comfortable arms, nothing too tight under your arms or clingy, so it's not going to be too hot. Those cap sleeves, and then just a flary sort of fit that feels really comfortable. Particularly if you're going out for a meal or for dinner, you don't want something too tight. This just hangs really loosely. So I hope that helps. I hope that answers the question.
It looks great.
It's a lovely colour as well, actually.
Yeah, it's really good colour
that
on
I
you.
would have really worn, but I actually really like it.
Yeah, it's a great colour on you.
Found a new colour. I like finding a new colour. So that acute curve right under the top section, we did slightly smaller.
Yes, I kept them closer
Snips.
together. So here, all the way around the neckline, they're probably about 1.5 to 2 centimetres apart.
Okay.
And this is going to mean lots of tiny little blue triangles left in the studio, like I did last time in pink. But it's unavoidable.
That's fine.
I'll sweep them up.
Don't you worry, we can sweep those up.
You could also, it's not crucial, but also reduce these down. So that there isn't so much of a seam allowance inside. Now you can make one, it's called grading the seam allowances, so that you've got a graduation inside there. I'm not going to spend too long on that, I just wanted to mention it's an option.
If you wanted to.
Yeah.
We had another message. From Geraldine, thank you, it looks lovely on you. Oh, thank you very much. I hope you like it too. I hope you like the fit of it. It's very comfortable to wear, actually. I don't like anything that's too sort of tight under your arms, because you get very hot. If you get really hot, and particularly in the summer, it's nice to have a bit of room.
Yes. So this is the bagging out stage, which is why we haven't sewn the centre back seam.
Yes.
So we're pulling in a very careful way through. It's not complicated at all. It's really self-explanatory. You just pull them through, so you end up with the facings on the inside.
Yeah.
And then we can sew our side seams. but it could do with a press at this stage, actually.
Would you like to do that?
Yes. And can you see how important that is with the clipping? What we want to be able to do is kind of roll it like that, and it shouldn't feel like it needs much pressing. It should kind of just sit with a bit of a finger press as the underarm will.
Yeah.
If it's not clipped enough, you'll see it sort of look more like that.
Sort of.
And the fabric will tell you that it needs more clips because it will look that way. So then it's just a case of turning it back and doing some more clips, but that doesn't need it because I remembered from last time.
You learned from before.
Yeah.
Great, so let's press that. How long have you been dressmaking?
Oh, professionally or
Just when did
in
you
life? Probably
in life?
from about 8 years old, I
Really?
think. Yeah.
Wow, who got you into it?
My
How did
mum taught me.
Did she?
Yeah, and to knit as well. I need to learn to crochet, but yes, knitting and sewing and making my own things, watching my mum make things, making cloth kits actually.
Oh, really?
That was why this was so amazing to
Just
open.
that's your link.
Yeah,
That's how it's. Isn't life
and I
funny?
wore little cloth kits, pinafores in the 70s.
I do think life's strange like that. How sometimes something comes back that was meant to that was meant to happen, wasn't it? I always think
it's just lovely. Yeah.
What was the first thing you made? Do you remember?
First thing I made that I remember thinking, this is more like it, was a dress from a commercial pattern in cotton, not dissimilar colour to this actually. Yeah, a very 80s kind of full skirt and a pinafore, a bit like a dungaree, and a baggy t-shirt was worn underneath it.
Oh yes, they were quite fashionable actually at the moment.
Yeah. They do say if you've worn it the first time, don't wear it the second time round. So
but did you feel good? Did you feel
I
like,
loved it.
I made this?
I loved it. I really, really loved it. And I liked paying more attention to making it well and learning techniques like this, learning just that fine-tuning.
Just that detail.
And then wearing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then someone saying, like I did this morning, where did you get that? And you can say, oh,
Yeah.
I made it.
Yes. We had a non-uniform day at school, and I remember wearing it thinking, this feels good.
Yeah, I bet. That's a sense of satisfaction. So we've had an email from Sandra. Morning, Sandra. I was saying how lovely it is to see you, Jennifer.
How nice. Lovely
What
to be
was that?
here.
Sorry, let's just... What did you... Oh, your tips and expertise have made a huge difference. I would have to agree. So really...
That's really nice to hear. Thank you. So you can see how it starts to take shape and look flatter.
Yes.
And I'm not...
There's no bulk there at all. It's got that nice...
No. But before it's pressed, you know, the edges are quite curved. Well, not curved, but they're not flat yet. But without too much persuasion, we want them to be flat. That's where the clipping comes in.
Okay. So we've got about 10 minutes left.
Okay, I'll do some...
So I might have another dress to wear in 10 minutes.
I'll do some quick pressing.
Added them all to my wardrobe.
And I wanted to mention about the hem.
Yes.
Because hems can make or break. You can make something beautifully and then hem it, and it just lets it down.
If it's not, like last bit, you've got right to the finish line. You might as well, do, you know.
Yeah, and you could make this same, use the same pattern in a different fabric, and you would need to hem it differently, probably, depending on how those different fabrics behave.
Sort of the thickness and the weight and how it hangs.
Yeah. So I'll sew the. I won't spend a lot of time on pressing, but I will just get those edges to be nice and folded over. Always fine-tune that afterwards, and then I will sew the side seams.
Okay.
So the side seams...
Shall we swap?
Yes.
Do a little dance. Da-da-da.
Now the side seams are different on this one to the one you're wearing.
Oh, okay.
Because of the pockets. Yeah. And also, sometimes facings, you sew on and the facing will be already sewn at the side seam, and then you place it right sides to go with the outer layer and turn it in. With this, the facings were already there, so what we do is put them together, and that's going to become part of the side seam. I'm going to start there.
So we start the side seam at the top, from that top of the facing, all the way down, just incorporate that into one.
Yeah.
So that's really straightforward.
Which is a different technique to the other way of applying facing. So bit like I did before, I'm just going to match those together, because that's very important, those match, otherwise you won't get a nice fold under the arm where the facing disappears inside.
Let's grab those instructions so we can sort of see.
And then I'm going to match my pockets together.
So everything you need is in these instructions that we've been working with this morning. You've got the pattern and the instruction guide here. I'm talking you through the whole process, sort of step-by-step instructions and you know, how to assemble the dress, what fabric you need, how much you need, all your different measurements there for the swing frock, or this easy-peasy dress, flary dress as they like to call it. So you've got all of there's no darts, there's no zips. It's a really straightforward, simple design. And if you're a more experienced sewer, you know, this is going to be a really nice, quick project as well.
Yes.
How long did it take you, actually?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't time it, but I'm going to guess off the top of my head, based on what we're doing now, probably from opening out the pattern and then cutting the actual paper.
Yes.
And then placing it on, cutting it out, sewing it, I would imagine 2 to 3 hours from very beginning to very end.
Great.
I think. But I could be wrong.
So if you're a beginner like me, it might be more like 3 to 4 hours, but for an experienced, so perhaps 2 to 3.
And it's nice to take time over these things as well. You know, if it takes a lot longer and you really love what you've created.
So be it. You know, what's the rush?
So I'm making sure, because there's quite a lot going on there. There's a seam allowance, there's facing, there's a join. Just don't want anything to flip to the other side. Making sure there are no puckers, and then I'll just take that pin out before I get to it. There's also an angle. That's the other thing I'm negotiating there, because that's going to go fold back inside the side seam. That's quite...
where the facing had that slight angle to it.
So at the underarm point, there's not a pivot point exactly, but you just have to steer that round like that. And then all the way down, and now it becomes clear why we sewed a centimetre.
Oh, so we can encapsulate that within.
If I got a nice dissolvable pen, I'll mark on where I'm going to sew. So I'm sewing down here. That's where the pocket's attached.
Yeah.
And then all the way around the pocket, like that.
Ah, okay. It's got about 5 minutes left, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do the side seam, and then I'll mention about the hem. The centre back seam, I'll try and talk about that while I'm sewing. Try and multitask, I'm sure it's possible. The centre back seam is really well described in the instructions, and you can pop one or more rouleau loops in at the back, and it's pretty much the last thing you do, because we needed it to be open for the turning through of the facings. That's what you would do.
You can leave that till last.
And then the hem would be the very last thing. So I'm sewing around the curve of the pocket, and then we can have a look what that looks like opened out, and then I will mention about that. It's a technique of sewing a curved hem where you turn it up and sew, and then you turn it up and sew, and that...
To stop you getting that...
Roping, as I call it. I don't know whether other people probably have descriptive
like that twist,
words for it.
When you get that sort of pucker in there.
And that would just really spoil the way that looks. I'm just going to check that those are nicely matched, which they are.
So this one here is the azure blue that Jennifer's working with at the moment. So that bundle, you've got 2.5 metres of this lovely blue fabric, also your buttons and your thread. And that's the most affordable bundle this morning as well. So it's $19.45. So you can make the whole dress with that in any of the sizes from 8 to 20. So once you've got the pattern, you've got all of your fabric and your motions there to do the whole thing, which I'm also wearing in today's show, which is very nice.
Right. So let's have a look at what that pocket looks like.
Will we need the iron again?
No.
No, okay, I'll move that one.
So I won't sew the other side seam because it would be the same process. But that's what that looks like. So we sewed all the way up through that facing, which would then be folded to the inside.
I'm just going to show that in case you
Sure.
just so you can see. So that's that facing there where we started the seam. So rather than starting here, you started at this point here, and then that's what's going to fold inside there.
And pressing with this is worth taking time over to get it to look like all those edges are lovely, nice clean lines and very crisp. but I'm not going to focus too much on that right now. And then our pocket, so that would be facing the front like that.
It's completely invisible, isn't it?
So that sewing a centimetre seam allowance and then top stitching it. Can you see how it just makes it is there?
But it
and again,
disappears.
pressing would, if you press that like that, nice sharp edge.
You just see that there.
Yeah.
We're just rolling that in. So you get that finish there, but you can't even see. If we hold it up, you know. So that pocket is inside there, but you can't see it. Once that's pressed, that's completely hidden.
The pressing with this is
But
a
you've got
lovely thing to do right at the very end.
Big pocket space there.
Yeah.
Which is really an invisible. What do you call that pocket?
It's
there a
an
name for it?
inserted side seam pocket.
Inserted side seam
As I know it.
pockets.
I'm sure that there are
I was
always...
thinking it was going to be like an invisible pocket or the magic invisible pocket.
Somebody's probably got another name for it, but that's what I love about creativity. There are many different ways to go about things. So then, just very quickly, it would be a case of sewing, and again, it's really well described. You need to sew down to a point and then up to a point and insert a rouleau loop, but their lovely illustrations are in there.
So you can copy your instructions there.
Yeah.
And then we'll just quickly look at this hem tip that we've got for this.
So I'm just going to finger press rather than press, but it works better if you press it. Just raise that needle. And so it makes a world of difference to a curved hem if you turn up and then I sew a couple of millimetres from the edge, like that. I'll just go a short distance along. I won't do the whole thing. So that would be all the way around the bottom after you've closed the centre back seam.
So one fold, then a stitch a couple of millimetres from the edge.
And then a second fold, and that's the one you'll see from the outside, this next stitch line. And just doing that in two processes rather than folding it up.
And so you do 2 lots of stitches.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, that extra line of stitching actually makes a massive difference.
So where you would think that might actually create a bulk and if anything, you know, perhaps an issue or a problem, something that's visible, it does the opposite. It makes it lay flat.
And that twisted effect that you often see will be reduced. But I would recommend pressing that.
Yeah, that's completely flattened. Let's just see, you can see that. So it's like a double set of stitches on your hem, but just giving you that really flat finish there. You can see.
And you could top stitch to make a feature of it, and there are many ways to take
colour.
this design and do something else with it. You could have that really minimalist look you've got, or do lots of top stitching around the neck and around the armhole and even around the hem.
Add a belt. We said this morning you could pop a belt on with it. There's lots of options.
Yeah.
But so we've actually run out of time on that one, but we did get to the end, so we're good. We're all good. And you're back again at 11 o'clock. What are we doing in that hour? We've got a bag.
Bag. Yes, patchwork, floral, with a button in the middle.
With that
lovely.
So it's got that sort of spiral design coming out of the flower, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Great. Well, you go and have a cup of tea. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you for the dress I'm wearing.
You're
and
welcome.
then we'll see you again in an hour. So also as well, if you are having any troubles this morning, there might still be a couple of issues people are having with checking out their baskets. Our technicians are on the job. They are sorting that out as we speak. But you can give the call centre a ring. You can still buy everything that way. It's a free phone number and it's a UK-based call centre. So 0800 112 4433. If you've got any queries or you're not sure if you're just having any problems processing payments that way, just give them a ring and they can sort it out. And also, if you don't know the item code number, you can just describe, you know, it was the pink bundle that they just had with the dress or whatever. They'll figure it out for you. So we've had 4 different fabric bundles in this hour as options for your dresses. We'll start with the one I'm wearing, which is this really lovely and bright sort of damson colour. So it's a sort of purpley pink hue there, but it's a really nice bold colour. And you've got that rich uniform colour there with that solid. And you can just see that's paired there with that thread, which I think is a perfect combination. And your really lovely pearly buttons. 3 buttons there. The pattern itself just calls for 1 on the roller loop, but I know Jennifer added 3. Why not? You can add those there. You've got them in your bundle. WDGC42 is your item number for that one. And that one is 2045. Then your next one is, we've got this really gorgeous, this is the most popular, and it's actually, we've got the least stock of this one left, so if you do like it, make sure you just give the call centre a ring if you do want to buy this one. This is a cream fabric, but it's a really light cream, and it's got a grey, sort of a really soft grey linear texture to it. It's also got a bit of a sheen. It really catches the light beautifully, as does the coral option actually. But it's a really soft fabric. Absolutely perfect for summer, for holidays, for a wedding. 2.5 meters you get in this bundle of that, and that's been combined there with your cream thread and these 3 buttons there. So PKGC98 for your linen texture frock bundle, and that's in cream. That one's £27.95. 2 more options in our dressmaking with Jennifer Hour this morning. So there's also another linen fabric. It's not a linen, it's a cotton, but it's a linen sort of look that you get with this one. This is a dusty pink. It's called coral. I think it's a dusty pink. It's but it's got a really sort of soft feel to it. Again, you can see there as I just hold it in the light, it does catch the light there, and it's got that cross-hatching detail. If you come in really close, you can see that. And that's been paired with this beautiful peachy thread from Gutermann. Again, if you are having trouble checking out, just give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. Or just refresh your browser, sometimes that does help the situation. NYGC98. And our last one, this is the one that we've been working with in this hour. This is the 2.5 meters of fabric. I thought I'd open and show you, and then I couldn't quite reach. So you've got this lovely bright summery blue here. It's an azure blue, so you've got 2.5 meters of this. And then you've got, I might be able to wear this one soon once that one's finished. Then you've got that nice turquoisey thread. And you've got these lovely sort of green, aquatic almost sort of style buttons. So LNGC94 is your item number for that one. That one's the most affordable bundle. It's £19.45. So after the break, we've got some premier fabrics for you on a linen style fabric, which are really great for some more durable projects around the home and some bags. So I'll see you shortly.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
For this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to do bar tacks. Bar tacks is a decorative stitch which will help reinforce areas of stress like your pockets or your buttonholes. So first of all, I'm going to take my needle through my fabric from the back to the front, and I'm going to create a series of strands. So I'm going to do 3 of these, so it's almost like a back stitch, but you're going to do it quite close together. So there's my second one. So there you have, I've got 3 large stitches. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is sewing around these stitches but going through the fabric as well. So it's these stitches here which are really helping support that area. So starting at the top, I'm going to come up through my fabric, enclose the 3 stitches that I've just made, and just keep encasing them with my thread. Again, I'm going to go around. Okay. So you want these stitches to be really close together. Finish off my bark tack, I'm going to repeat the process again as we did at the beginning, but this time going and creating a T shape. but you're going to want to do that at the top and the bottom of your initial bar tack. I'm just going to do 2 in this section, and again you're going to repeat the process by covering your original stitches by using that looping stitch. So all you would need to do now is repeat the process on the other side, and there you have your bar tack.
Join us on Sunday the 4th of June when John Scott will be taking you through how to use Quilt As You Go, our fabulous range of products designed to help you make a quilt quickly and easily. Like all great ideas, Quilt As You Go is simple. The pre-printed polyester wadding has a fusible back, so all you need to do is sew and quilt individual blocks and then join them together to make the size of quilt you need. It's so easy, even I can do it. So join John Scott on Sunday the 4th of June at 9 AM for quilting made simple with Quilt As You Go, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Good morning and welcome back to this hour. If you've just joined us, it's lovely to have your company at Sewing Quarter this morning. Now in this hour is Summer Days, and we've got some premier fabrics for you, which is some really gorgeous linen style fabrics, which are a mix of cotton and polyester, but they're much thicker, they're much more durable. They're great for those home projects and for bags because you've got that thickness to them. So I'm really looking forward to showing you those. In fact, I can't decide which one to show you first. There's too many lovely options. I'm going to go for, let's go for the strawberries. So here it is. So these fabrics have got a really gorgeous natural background to them. So they have that sort of rustic feel. All of them have that oaty sort of background colour. If you look really closely, this is almost like sand under a microscope. But this one here is a playful strawberry print in your pinks and greys and reds. So I don't know if you can see that there. This is brand new today. We've never had it on the show before. So this is Strawberry's nautical fabric, and it's only £4.95 per half metre. So this fabric again is being cut to measure. But those lovely playful strawberry prints, they're great for the kitchen, great for a summer project for the garden. Or if you go strawberry picking, oh, I love strawberry picking. It's one of my favourite things when I was a child. TMFG54 for that one. And this is a brand new fabric. And if you can see there, if I just lift that up, you get to see a little bit more of that texture in the background of the fabric. It has that sort of linen style look to it. And it is a thicker fabric. It's definitely more durable. But these premier fabrics, we just like to go through them quickly so you know what's coming up on the show. You get to see them, you get to have a peep of all of them. And then from there you can figure out which ones you like. So that's our first one, that's our nautical strawberries. Oh, I get to choose which one to go next. I'm going to do my favourite out of all of them. Okay. So these are all 80% cotton and 20% polyester. I'm like, Heidi, I'm not even going to reveal it. So this one here we have the least stock of, but this is my, so it probably shouldn't be my favourite, but it is. This one here, you've got these gorgeous swans on the fabric, and with that splash of colour with the orange part of their beaks, but just a really lovely design, quite a striking pattern. And I just think that white, it's a very simple colour palette there, very clean. Just a really lovely natural feel to it with that linen texture background, a linen look. And your iconic swans there, you know, with different directions, and also you've got filled in different designs on the wings there with that sort of almost like a leaf shape. Really lovely. That one's my favourite, LFFG18. That's your linen look swans. Again, that's a premiere. We've never had this one on the show before. Any of these 4 linen look fabrics, they're all brand new today. It's a launch, so nice to bring you some new fabrics for your stash. So the next one we've got is, let's do, oh, the daisies are fun. This is a nice playful print. I always think daisies have a little bit of a retro feel to them, but you've got different size daisies on this print. Again, just keeping the colour palette simple with your whites, your yellows, and that lovely natural oaty background. So you can see here you've got that cross-hatching again, that detail on the linen texture in the background of the fabric. And then those playful daisies, UEFG 71. Again, this one's by the half metre. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. If I turn it here, you can see how the fabric moves, that it's slightly thicker than a regular cotton. It's got that it's definitely got some strength to it. It'd be great for, you know, a tote bag or a shopper bag where you're going to have heavy things inside and you need it to have that durability. So that's your linen look daisies. And then we've got one more in this collection to show you. This is another option for strawberries. Oh, this is nice. This is really lovely, actually. So this one here is a bolder print. We're introducing a much brighter, more vibrant red with these strawberries. And it's combined with the daisies. So this would work really well together with the daisy if you wanted to pick and mix those. But you can see here in this strawberry, if I move that down just so you can see that, you've got just that classic strawberry shape with your daisies too, dotted around in the fabric. Again, it's that oaty background, sort of a biscuity colour. There you can see your daisies. But just a really playful, pretty design. Great for you know, those reusable bags that we all have now for the supermarket, rather than you know, try to save the planet and not doing too many carrier bags. If you take those reusable bags, particularly the strawberries, I think would be lovely for that in either of the patterns, because obviously lending itself to food and to the sorts of things you're going to pick up at the supermarket. But that one as well, if I just show you with the daisies quickly, those work really well together because the daisy print's mirrored in both of those fabrics. So you can just see there as a pair. If you wanted to do something reversible, they just work really well together. Lots of fun. I think these are a fun set of linens or linen looks with that nice texture. And you can see here as well, that's just where, if on the edge, I can just show you. This is where you see that you've got that, that sort of thickness to it. I think that shows it probably slightly more clearly. So all of these are £4.95. Our fabrics that are sold by the half metre, they're cut to measure. So they're cut off the bolt for you, which means you can have as much or as little as you require. So one unit is half a metre. So if you wanted 3 metres of fabric, that would be 6 units. If you wanted 10 metres of fabric, I'm not sure what you might be making with 10 metres, but you'd want 20 units of fabric. So it's 1 postage and packaging per day as well. So it's capped at £2.95. It's added right at the end of the day at midnight. So say if you managed to get the colouring pens from the textile fabric markers from the first show this morning. If you've already bought those and you decided you wanted some strawberry fabric, you wouldn't be charged twice for your P&P. I will just mention as well, if you're having any problems checking out online with your baskets this morning, our technicians are aware of it. They are figuring it out now. Some people are still able to check theirs out. Try refreshing the web browser. If not, just give the call centre a ring and they'll be happy to figure it all out for you and they can process your order. 0800 112 4433 is the number you need to ring. Now we've got 2 more Premier fabrics as well, not just your linens. I'll leave those there. Let's just neaten that up a bit. That's it. So I'll move those down. So there are 2 different butterfly prints here this morning. Again, we've had a bit of a butterfly theme. We had some butterflies in that Michael Miller colouring fabric this morning. So there are 2 different colourways in this. This one is the Flutterby Grape selection. Again, this is brand new. So the colour palette here, you've got your sort of really deep purples and indigos. You've got your lilacs, but also introducing some lime green. And you've got dusty purple here too, that's definitely present in that print. Now this one's 100% cotton. And that's the Flutterby grape, so that's that colour. Again, by the ½ metre, LBFG89 for the grape one. Or if you want it in a different colourway, this one, both of these for me are really great, would be great for little girls, whether that's, you know, for children or for grandchildren. They'd be great for a bedroom, for party bags, for little bags for dancing. They've got a really sort of feminine, girly touch. But also would be lovely for cushions, or if you're covering bins or lampshades, you could introduce this to a bedroom theme. So this is your Flutterby in pink. So you've got magenta, you've got your dark pinks, you've got your lilac, you've got your greys. So all different colours there. So 2 different feminine options. Again, they work really well together. If I show you those side by side, you can just see, you could have both. Because the print is the same, it's just a different colourway. Again, they do work well together. So you've got your grape on this side here. This is your grape. And this side here is your pink. Both of those are £4.95 per ½ metre. Brand new on this morning's show. UFFG23 for your pink one there. Now, we know you like your bundles. Last time I launched these, I had these Premier Linen style fabrics on the show, your stars and your hearts. And today we've bundled that for you, just to give you another option, because these pick and mix really well together. So this bundle, you're getting 2 ½ metres of fabric, so a metre in total, 2 ½ metre cuts, if that makes sense. And your background fabric here, again, is that linen style. So really sort of with those natural, neutral tones, with those OT colours. If we come in really close on this, you can see it is like sand under a microscope, because it is that sort of natural colour, but also you've got that detail. It's almost like a speckled look to it, which you can just see here. If I just lift that up, you can just see that detail there. So that's been combined with your hearts. That sounded like I had a funny accent then. You've got your burgundies, your pinks, your khakis and your grey, and also a nice cream heart there too. So that's the first ½ metre. Paired with that is the same colours but with your stars. Let's move those strawberries just so you can... Oh, I'm going to lose the fabric off the table. Let's move that. Nearly dropped right off the edge. So you've got your stars here. Again, with those similar colours, on that OT background, your biscuity colours. £9.45. Now, you could OT coat this. You could make a really lovely toiletry bag or a wash bag. They're nice and playful prints. Now, we've also got a solid bundle this morning that we've paired with this, which we think, you know, taking the work out of it for you, we've got those colours that just match really well. So this bundle here, we've called it Hearts and Stars because it's matching the colours of those hearts and stars. So it's been put together with this bundle in mind. Obviously, you don't have to use it in combination with that, but we just feel that these colours work really well together. So you're getting 3 ½ metres of fabric here. First of all, I'll just show you so you can see that as an array or as a spectrum of those 3 colours. So this top one here you're getting is claret, which is a lovely deep sort of wine colour. Then underneath, you've got your candy floss, which you can just see there. And then at the bottom is this lovely sort of grey charcoal colour. But if I'm just going to lay those next to this fabric so you can see why we've called that the Hearts and Stars Solids bundle, and because this is the colours the fabric that we've teamed it with. So that claret there, the candy floss, and your charcoal, but you can just see how they work together. Move those strawberries out the way. You can just see that collection works as a group really well. So perhaps you could do a bag with this on the outside, go for your stars or hearts on the outside, and you could have your you could line your pockets with the solids. You could do some bias binding. You could do the handles. But those colours there just teaming really beautifully. So that solids bundle, great value as well, £9.45 for 1.5 metres of fabric, all of that. So you're getting 3 ½ metre cuts there. INGC 81 for that solids bundle to go with your stars and hearts. Now, let's see which is the most popular out of those Premier fabrics this morning. So, it's the red strawberries. Let's have a look. Oh, they closed the strawberry picking farm near where I live. I genuinely used to go all the time strawberry picking. I find it a really fun thing to do, and obviously then you can just eat lots of strawberries. I think you eat more on the way round than you probably do when you get home. But this is the most popular one this morning. It's a linen style fabric, a linen look, but it's actually 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's a slightly thicker fabric. It's got that strength and durability to it. So great if you want a project to have that longevity, to stand the test of time. You can see here, just on the edge of the fabric, you can get more of an idea of the thickness of it. So this is brand new. You've got those gorgeous, bold red strawberries in a postbox red. Then you've got those white pin dots, adding some detail to the strawberries, and your daisies too. Just paired really, really well together with the flowers and the strawberries. So £4.95 per half metre of that one. Let's just open it out so you can see. What's the width of this fabric? We'll find that out. So that's here. This here is a metre of your fabric. But up close, you really get to see, if we just lay that out, you can just see that print. There. So this is like a Panama weave in the background of this fabric here, and it's definitely those neutral oaty colours. And I think that I always sort of associate these with a farmhouse kitchen, or they've got a rustic sort of feel to them. And this is washable at 30 degrees. £4.95, IYFG 85. That's your linen look strawberries fabric per half metre. Now, the next most popular is the one that pairs well with this. If people are multi-buying, this is a really great way to pick and mix these fabrics, because the next most popular is our daisies. So you can just see, I'll keep this while the strawberries are out so you can see how they work together. You can see that you've got that same colour and same shape coming through in the flower itself, so they do pick and mix well. But let's look at our daisies here. So again, it's that all of these have the exact same background colour, exact same that oaty sort of setting, but that's your daisies there. A spring summer feel with a daisy, YEFG 71. And again, £4.95 per half metre. Do you know what this would be great for, actually, particularly the daisies, because it has a garden feel to it. You could do a really lovely set of placemats for a garden table or a table runner, or you could even do garden chair cushions or a hammock or something like that, or you could do the other day we were talking that you could make a really nice teepee out of for the garden for young children, and this has obviously got a really lovely summery spring-like feel. Great for the beach as well if you wanted a new beach bag. Really, definitely a summery print. So that one there is your daisies. That's the second one in our race of new launch fabrics this morning. Next up is my favourite, which is the swans. So let's have a look at that. This one we have the least amount of stock. So let's just grab this one here. So you've got just those classic swan shapes there, but they're facing different directions. Some of them are paired up, they're in love, and some of them are all just facing in a line as they swim on down the river. But you've got that, so you can see here some here in pairs. If I move that along. They've got a great look to them. I always think swans look very regal and a very elegant print. What I like personally about this fabric is I personally have a very, I like those neutral colour palettes, nice and simple, nice and clean, just a really easy on the eye. But with that tiny splash of colour, just to add some detail. And again, if I show you here on the edge of the fabric, just seeing that you've got that, that thickness there. We know you love your Premier fabrics. The first time we have things on the show, we do try to bring you as many new things as we can, so lots of inspiration for new projects. Because sometimes it's the fabric itself that makes you, think about starting a new project. It inspires you, it encourages you to get back at your machine. So that one there is your swans. LFFG 18 is your item number for that, and that's £4.95. Again, all of these are £4.95 this morning. And our other one, we've got another strawberry option. Now this is the exact same colours as our Stars and Hearts bundle. So it would work really well with that Spectrum Solids bundle that we've got this morning, or to pick a mix with those as a combination of 3. But this is our Strawberries Nautical. I'm not really sure why it's called Nautical, because it's not nautical colours. It's burgundy, pink, grey and cream on that biscuit colour background again. But a slightly smaller strawberry than that other one, which you can just see creeping in here. But this one on your screens at the moment is the Nautical Strawberry. And if I show you with that Solids bundle that we've got this morning, which is the Stars and Hearts Solid bundle, it's those same colours there, which just work really well together. You can just see that as an option. They combine really well together. The Strawberries one here, per half metre, is £4.95, TMFG 54. And the bundles is £9.45, so great value for 1.5 metres of your solids there. That's on the bottom of your screens, INGC 81 for that solids bundle. And these are all 100% cotton. I'm just going to show you that strawberry fabric with the Stars and Hearts bundle that we've also got for you this morning. So these 4 are Premier fabrics. The Stars and Hearts we've had on before, but we've bundled for you this morning. And in terms of colours, you can see that these are all from the same collection. If I just pop those, let's get them the right way round. So you can see those as a 3. Now we're introducing the strawberries to the show. They've never been on before. But as a collection with those that theme of the colour theme running through it, you can just see those working really well together. So you've got your strawberries, your hearts and your stars there. So talking of the bundle, I'll just show you that. This bundle here is 2.5 metres of fabric, so it's 1 metre in total. You get 0.5 metre of your hearts, like that, and you get 0.5 metre of your stars. If you buy 2 units of this, you won't get 1 metre of the fabric. You'll still get 2 0.5 metre cuts because these have been bundled and pre-cut, ready to go. So if I just pop those together, that's the bundle there. You've got your hearts and your stars. Again, on that linen style look fabric. But these are 80% cotton and 20% polyester, so still nice and easy to work with. And that's £9.45. POGC 37. So you actually make a saving by buying those fabrics together in the 2 0.5 metre cuts, rather than if you were buying them separately. So again, you've got that Panama weave in the background, almost like sand under a microscope with those tiny little dots and that weave in the background. And our last premieres are 2 butterfly fabrics this morning, so the Flutterby prints. We've got these in 2 colour options. We've got a pink and a grape, and they work really well together, all on their own. But I personally, they have a nice girly feel to them, and perfect for a project for perhaps a grandchild or a little girl. So let's start with the pink. Let's go for pink. I'll open this out so you can see a little bit more. These would be great for curtains. They're a little bit thicker. It's a little bit of a thicker cotton, actually. These are 100% cotton. That's not very flat, is it? I didn't do a very good job of that. Let's move it towards me. Okay. Yeah, these would be great for curtains or blinds. You could do cushions with these, but I think as well they lend themselves to home furnishings. You could, cover a lampshade. You could do a bin. So you've got that running theme of accessories through a bedroom. This is your Flutterby in pink. This is the most popular out of the 2 at the moment. That nice girly touch, and obviously that natural feel with your butterflies. So UFFG 23 for your pink Flutterby fabric. And then we've also got, I'm going to keep that one there so you can see them together. This one is your grape Flutterby. So you can see that they do work, the colours do still work together. But this one here, if I turn it now so you're just looking at that one, is your more mauves, lilacs, purples coming through in that. It's a darker sort of selection, but also introducing that lime green just for that splash of brightness. LBFG 89, that's your ISO number for the grape fabric. The pink one there is the one that's in the lead, though. Out of the linens, which one's in the lead now? Who's winning the race? Or linen? Which one? The daisies has taken the lead. Now, if you missed the 8 o'clock show, I know it's bright and early, we had some, this morning we had managed to get back the Colour Me In fabric from the Michael Miller range, which is, I'd never seen it before. It's a really exciting concept. You can colour straight onto the fabric. I'm going to head over to the other side to show you that. Now, we did sell out of the pens. They flew out this morning. We will try and get them back in stock, but they're really fantastic. You can just mark straight onto the fabric, colour it in like those mindfulness colouring books that are so trendy at the moment. I'm going to show you that to start with. I'm just going to show you the idea first before I show you the individual fabrics. So this is an example here. So the fabric itself is black and white. So there's either a white background with a black print or a black background with white and black print on it. And from there, you can take the whole selection of textile markers and colour straight on, much like you would do with paper. So you start here, if you can just see this owl section. This here is just how the fabric comes, so it's just black and white. And then you add the colour. You draw straight on there, adding your own designs. You can personalise it, customise it. You can go to town with those patterns and that detail. Let me just show you what I mean. So if we just take, so the pens as well have a thin nib on one end and a thicker on the other. And you can just go straight in and start colouring on the fabric. So these pens, once you've coloured it in, you leave it to dry for 6 hours, and they suggest you iron on the reverse side, just to set the colour. Then it's washable, that's going to be there, that's not going anywhere. You're just adding that colour to the fabric. I'm just going to show you some other colours. Got that slightly thicker one there. So you can just add that detail as we come round. Should have used the thin nib for that end. So this one that you can see here is the owl fabric. But it's a really therapeutic, a way to just to sit quietly and get on with a project. Oh, we've got some thread there. And to relax. It's a nice calming thing to do. You can just choose your colours as you go. You can choose to fill in certain sections and not other parts. You can choose to, mirror image designs on a further part of the fabric. It's just a really fun fabric. And just a brilliant idea. It's such a great concept. Very simple, but just a really great concept. So these are $8.45 per half metre. I'm going to show you this owl fabric now. Even though I could just keep colouring, I think they're struggling to make me stop colouring. I just want to carry on. It's too fun, too much fun. So let's have a look. Where is that one here? We've got lots of fabric on this table. Now the owl fabric is only available on white, so it's a white background. Let's move all of these. There are too many to choose from. This is your owl print. Let's open it out. So you can see how different it looks. I've just shown you it there with the colour on it, but when you've got it in your black and white, it's a very different feel. And these work as standalone fabrics. You don't have to add the marker pen. You don't have to add the colour. Just as a monochrome print, these do still have a real appeal because there is so much detail in them, in all of those lines. PGEQ 59. So that's What a Hoot. And that's $8.45 per half metre. Now, if you're having any problems this morning checking out online, I know some people are having a few problems with checking out their baskets. Try refreshing the page. Our technicians are on the job. And if not, just give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. And they'll be able to, you don't even need to know your item codes. They can figure out which items you want to buy. So let's look at the other options. We've got some fish. We've got Fish Frenzy. So again, this is on a white background. It comes in black too, so you have a different colour option with this one. But you've got those, again, by the half metre, you've got those lovely fish there. If I just move that up so you can see. Oh, my top ties in well with these fabrics this morning. But you can see that it's lots of little small sections to colour in, so you can really go to town with those pens and adding that colour detail. So this is the Frenzy fabric on a white background, ZXEQ72. I'm just going to quickly recap these because they were from the 8 o'clock show, but just if you missed out so you know what was going on. Then you've got your butterflies on white. I'm going to do all the white ones first. Let's fold it that way so you can see a bit more. So lots of different butterfly prints within this, again in the black and white, but different detail on the wings. So you can embellish that if you wanted to. And this would look lovely if you wanted to add some further embellishment. You know, you could add some splashes of colour, or you could embroider sections. Oh, that would look lovely actually if you embroidered around the edges of the butterflies. You could add a metallic thread. There are loads of ways to really add extra detail to those. And you could fussy cut these too. So that's your paisley fabric on white, LOEQ 57. Keeping it simple with these, they're all £8.45 per half metre, so it's just about which design you like. These sold out the first time we had them on the show, and that was over 3 months ago, and we've just managed to get them back. So if you did miss out then, perhaps this morning's your time to get it. So this is your flower one on a white background here. Again, black and white. Nice and, so just with those nice bold lines, really clear to follow if you are colouring it in. But this one also offers a nice bold statement print in the centre of the flowers where you don't even need to colour in if you choose not to. These look a bit like a pineapple ring, those other circles on there. So this is the floral fantasy fabric on a white background. VZEQ 47 is your item number for that one. Got a couple more to show you, but these are slightly different. These are on a black background. So they do have a very different feel to them, not in terms of the texture, but just in terms of how they appear, because that black background fabric, you know, really setting off the prints themselves. So we'll go straight to that flower one that I just showed you in the white. You can just see that one here. You can see how it looks different on the black background, just a different feel to it. These black ones particularly, I think, would work very well on their own without the colour if you didn't want to, you know, to do the colouring. A retro feel to that floral print there. QUEQ, no, I said that earlier as well, KUEQ 90 for that black one with your floral fantasy fabric. Then you've also got, two more black options. The pile at the front's getting bigger and bigger. You've got your fish frenzy on black as well. Let's have a look at that. I said that these fish ones, I think they'd be great for a bathroom project. You know, if you wanted for a laundry bag, or for some storage bags or storage caddies or little things like that for your bathroom. Perhaps if you store, you know, your cotton wool or anything like that. A bath pillow. Or you could eau de coat these and create really lovely toiletry bags. But that does feel different on the black to the white. And then one more, which we've also got we've made up in a cushion, so you can just see with the colour. I'll show you it here. This is your butterflies on black. So we've started to add the colour here. We've only added a little section just so you can see, but you can also see what it looks like without any colour added at the top there. MOEQ 05. This is just a really simple cushion that we've made using it on the front of the fabric. But that one there is your butterflies on black. So you've got fish, you've got butterflies, you've got flowers, and you've also got the owl, which only comes on the white background. But lots of different options for those colouring pens. And we were saying that it is all about mindfulness, about doing something really calming and relaxing. You can do it on your lap, you can do it in the garden, you can take it on the go, and great for children if you wanted to make a little dress or a jacket or something that they can make themselves and colour in. I think a really lovely project for them and a way to introduce them to customising and making your own clothes. Now, we're going to go back to those Premier fabrics that we've just started with the linen style print. So I'll show you those. Now, the most popular at the moment is the daisy still. So let's go straight to that one. We've got 4 launch fabrics with these linen style ones. They're 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but they're a thicker fabric. Great if you want, you need a project that's going to stand the test of time. You need some longevity with it, or if you're going to have heavy items inside, perhaps heavy tins or lots of heavy fruits and vegetables in a bag that you're making, then this would be great for that. I think this is a really lovely fabric for the garden. Because you've got that natural feel to the background, but obviously you're floral there with your daisies. Lots of people multi-buying this morning. Sue, Nicholas from Somerset, good morning. Patricia, Pam, Jan, Patricia from West Sussex, Janice, Linda, Sally, Donna, Karen, good morning to all of you. I'm glad you're liking this daisy fabric this morning. I think this would be great for some placemats for the garden, perhaps a hammock, some garden cushions. A really sort of spring-like summery feel with those classic daisy shapes. Make a daisy chain. Now, the next most popular is the bundle, which is, this one here is, you've got two different fabrics, linen style fabrics that have been paired together. So you get 1/2 metre of your stars, 1/2 metre of your hearts, so it's 1 metre of fabric in total. But both of them on that linen style fabric again, that nice biscuity colour background, but both with the same colours in your stars and hearts there. Your pinks, your burgundies, your whites. And a saving by buying those two together in a bundle, your hearts and stars bundle. POGC 37 for that. So you've got half a metre of the stars and 1/2 metre of your hearts there. Now, the next most popular is the strawberries. So we've got two different strawberry options. The nautical one's actually the most popular at the moment, which isn't nautical colours at all. It's just been named that. It's actually the same colours as your stars and hearts. So if you've got that bundle, would work really well with that running theme. But you can see here it's a nice, small, delicate strawberry print, upside down and sideways and, you know, all up and down the fabric. But you've got it, you can just see that there. And it does work with those hearts too, if you wanted to mix and match those, and with your stars. But this strawberry one is your Strawberries Nautical, TMFG 54. So if you wanted 2 metres of fabric, that would be 4 units. It's still the same postage and packaging regardless of how much you purchase. And also, I don't know if I've got one here, but when you have cut to measure fabric sent to you, it arrives in a lovely sewing quarter box with some tissue paper and a nice little sticker. So it's packaged really, really beautifully. It's a nice little gift when it arrives to you. And talking of gifts, if you've never bought from us before, your first order over £10, you get a free sewing quarter sewing kit as a gift from us to you. This is worth £14.95. I'll just open it up. This is great to just take with you to classes or to workshops, perhaps if you're sewing on the train or on your travels. You can pop this in your handbag, actually, for any little repairs you might need to do. So you get 12 different colour threads in there, your tape measure, your scissors, your safety pins, your buttons, your seam unripper, and some needles there too. So that one is a gift from us to you if you spend over £10 on your first order. So let's have a look at the other strawberries fabric. 4 premieres of these linens this morning. The daisies, the strawberries, our other strawberries, which I'm about to show you. This is a bolder print, and in your, in your classic strawberry colour, when you've got a nice red, ripe, juicy strawberry, you've got these red ones here with that pinprick white detail on it, just adding that little detail. If you've bought that daisy fabric this morning, this pairs really well with that because the daisies have a running theme through it. IYFG85, and again, just a thicker fabric. Let's open this one out just so you can get an idea of how that looks. But it really is a nice thick fabric. Sort of a canvassy feel to it. Great for bags, perfect for bags actually. We're doing a bag in the next hour. Jennifer Mills is back, and this would be really great for a bag project because it has got that that bit of extra added strength. And you can just see here, if I show you on the edge of the fabric, this gives you, I think it sort of gives you more of an insight into the type of material it is. It's, you know, when you can't touch it, I've got to sort of be your fingers for you so you can get an idea of what's going on. This here is just showing you. And here you can see that nice linen, sort of that Panama weave in the background there. $4.95, that's your linen look strawberries fabric. And you've got one more linen fabric in that range, which is your swans. This one's my favourite, and we have the least stock of this one as well, actually. But you've got a whole selection of really lovely swans just moving up and down your fabric there, some with different wing detail, and just a splash of colour on the beaks with the orange. But a very clean, natural feel with this colour palette. Again, that linen look, you can see on the edge of your fabric there. LFFG 18, and that one is £4.95 as well, per half metre. So we also did a solids bundle this morning, which is called Stars and Hearts, because it pairs really well with those Stars and Hearts linen fabrics, but also with the strawberry bundle, nautical strawberry. So in this bundle, you're getting 3 half metres, so 1.5 metres in total. You're getting your claret here, which is your, I'll open one up so you can just see how much fabric you get. You've got 0.5 metre of this one, which is your claret. Then you've got 0.5 metre of your candy floss. I won't open them all up, but just so you can see them together. That's your candy floss there, a nice bright pink. And then you've got your charcoal. I'll just pop those together, you can just see. Pink and grey is just a classic teaming, isn't it? I think they work very well together. And you've just got that running through there. If I move the swans and just introduce the Stars and Hearts bundle, you can see why they've been paired together there. All of those colours. So your Stars and Hearts bundle is on the bottom of your screens. And this here is the solids bundle, so not to be mixed up. These are Spectrum solids. These are plain fabrics that we think would be great for your binding or for lining, or just to pair if you wanted to back something. So this is INGC 81 for this solids bundle here. 1.5 metres, £9.45 for that. Now, for all you viewers who were up nice and early this morning when we were on at 8 o'clock, we got back the circle cutter, the Fiskars circle cutter, which sold out last time it was on the show. We've managed to get it back, so I'm just going to quickly show you it again in this hour in case you missed that. Now, this is the first time I'd used this. I've never used it before today. I was given a quick lesson this morning in our offices, and this is really simple and easy to use. It's making perfect circles. It's taking the work out of it for you, rather than going to the kitchen, getting a dinner plate, drawing around it, or making a template out of plastic. This here is just creating that absolutely perfect, beautiful curves. So really great if you're doing lots of cutting. If you're maybe doing a quilt with circles, you haven't got to worry about doing endless drawing and stenciling. So let's do some on this pink fabric here. As I said, this is Fiskars, so it's a really, reputable company where you've got those lovely sharp blades. Lots of you have the Fiskars scissors, which, are very popular. So what you do, I'll show you first of all. Let me actually show you the blade itself. So this is the blade. You've got a plastic cap on here. And then once you take that off, this is just a safety precaution. The blade itself, if I turn it sideways, there's no blade there at all that you can see. So there's absolutely nothing there. If I just apply pressure, it's only engaged when you press the top of that down. So the blade isn't exposed, there's nothing to worry about there. And you can just see the inside. Now you might also notice there are these 2 little notches. If I turn it that way, you can just see those there. And what needs to happen with these is they fit within the channel of the mat. So this is the other part that comes as part of this set. You have this you have from circles from size 2 inches to 12 inches, and you just have all these different channels cut into this for you, where you insert the cutter to create your perfect circles. Now it's marked all across the bottom with your, I'm wearing the wrong coloured top for this, so you can't, it's all black and white, with all of your gradients along the bottom of your measurements. And also there's the option to add a seam allowance. So if you want to add a 1/4 inch seam, you can do that here too. So what we do is, using your cutting mat, you pop your fabric, you fold it in half, and you'll notice here there's just a cross which you have to line up on the fold of the fabric. Now if you wanted to add a seam, there's a dotted line there which I would just shift that up, so then all of a sudden you're adding a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm just going to do it on the fold. So we've got that there, lining that up. Then from here, you take your cutter and you need to pop those 2 notches into the channel and just make sure that that's locked in place. So I'm going to do the smallest size circle. Once that's in, that's not going anywhere, that's locked in. Oh, she says, unless I lift it up, but if you wiggle it side to side, that is locked in place. Then from there, you just apply pressure. You've got some grips on the actual mat itself, so that's holding that in place. And you just push that around, and then, you get a perfect little circle. So that's absolutely, rather than having, circles can be tricky to cut with scissors perfectly, particularly small ones like this where you've got a 2-inch circle. So saving so much time and also knowing that you're going to get a circle that's right, that's, that is perfect, that does match up, that doesn't have a jaggedy edge. And with these, you can layer them up. If you wanted to have a bigger circle, you could then go for a bigger one in your navy. In fact, let's do that now. And they're all standardised, so you're going to get exact replicas every time. Have we got enough fabric? Yes, we'll be okay. We know quilters, you like to be precise, it needs to be accurate. So it's really important to just, this just takes the work out of it for you. Also, if you have problems with your wrists and perhaps using a rotary cutter or scissors causes you problems, the great thing about this is that rather than applying the pressure, your wrist isn't in a downwards position like it would be with a rotary cutter. With this, if I line this up, once we pop this on, I was going to do a bigger circle, wasn't I? So that's locked in place there in the channel. But you can use the palm of your hand flat, you can grip with your fingers, you could use a couple of fingers. So it's not requiring you to apply lots of pressure. And you can just hold that mat there. You've got these grips all around the edge of the mat, so it's not going to slip on your fabric. You're not going to have any problems with, it moving. So just popping that on there, going all the way around that channel with the cutter, and then you've got your perfect circle. It still surprises me, it just works perfectly every time. And what's great about that, then you can start to layer these up. So if you wanted to, you could do rings with sort of concentric circles working outwards. You can also cut smaller rings out of that and start to apply those to create different patterns and designs. But £31.95, just making it so much easier for you. This is how it looks as well. So you can see there, you've got your the cutter itself and also the mat there with all of your markings on it and all of those different circles, 11 different sizes from 2 inches all the way up to 12 inches. Also, if you've already bought that, it sold out last time it was on, so I'm sure some of you might already have that in your sewing room. We've also got these replaceable blades. Now, I changed the blade on this one this morning, and it took less than 30 seconds. I'm going to estimate 22 or 23 seconds. You literally have to just unscrew the top of this. Remember, there's no blade here now, that's not engaged at all. But you just unscrew that, and you take out the other blade, and you drop this one into the top of here. In fact, if I undo this, you can see that there is just going to, you just pop that out and you just change the other one straight in like that. Really simple and straightforward. That's the replaceable blade there, so just keeping it nice and sharp. Perhaps if you've done a whole quilt with your blade already. TMGQ73, that's your Fiskars fabric circle cutter replacement blade. And that one is £5.95. So, in this hour, the main thing we've been looking at are these launch fabrics that we've not had on the show before. They're brand new. We've had those lovely linen style fabrics, and we've also had the flutterby butterflies, which I'm going to look at now. So, 2 different colourways in these prints. These are 100% cotton, but they are slightly thicker. I think these would be really good for curtains or blinds. So you've got here 2 colour options. The first one is your pink, so flutterby pink. You've got that palette with your lilacs, your purples and your pinks, and also a nice soft grey there too. Not just butterflies, you've also got flowers. £4.95 per half metre of this fabric. UFFG 23. Now, just a little warning, if you have got things in your basket, you might be having some trouble checking out this morning on the website. Our technicians are trying to sort it out right now. But if you are having an issue, just give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. That number's just on the bottom of your screens there, and they'll be able to process any order that you want to put through this morning. If you're not sure, if you don't even want to go through the bother of trying to add it and it not working, just give them a ring and they'll sort it for you instead. They're very friendly. It's a UK-based call centre. They know what they're talking about. You won't have any problems. So our other one is our Flutterby in grape. So more of our wine sort of colours coming in here with your lovely deep violets and mauves and lilacs. But also you've got that lovely splash of lime green. So just that little element of something a bit brighter. The most popular at the moment of the two butterflies is the pink the most popular at the moment still? Oh, the grape. The grape's taken over. This one's in the lead. LBFG89. That's for the grape fabric here. And again, these two working really well together. If you wanted to move those along. So you've got your pinks and your purples. Obviously just colours that naturally match really well. So let's look at those linens again. The daisies is really well in the lead, I'm being told by producer Paul. It's right out there in front. So let's have a look at that one. What are you going to make with your daisy fabric? I've read out a really long list of names of people who have bought it. Send me a message, studio@sewingquarter.com. It comes straight to me here so I can read it out. So we've got this daisy fabric here. I'm going to open it out a bit more so you can really see. Da, 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 da. Another place where I feel these linen fabrics, or linen style fabrics, would be really good are in conservatories. I think they have that nice natural feel to them, and rather than being a cotton, you know, with anything that's going to fade in the sunlight, this would work really well because you're not going to get that so much with this linen style fabric. A nice, simple, straightforward daisies there. A retro feel to them. And this is a thicker fabric, more durable, great for projects where you need that longevity. UEFG71. Our daisies are out in front. They've soared into the lead. £4.95 per half metre of these fabrics this morning. All of these linen styles, exact same price, just different prints. Our next most popular is the Strawberry Nautical. Let's open these all out so we've got them here. So this one you've got the colour palette is your burgundies, pinks and greys. Let's just move that like that. Again, that OT background. These work really well together. All of these fabrics could be teamed up in any combination because the background colour is the same. They're set on that same biscuity colour, that sand-like colour, so they do work together. This is your nautical strawberries here. A nice small delicate strawberry print. TMFG54. You can make a nice, you could line a little basket with that, or for a hamper. You could line a hamper with that. That would be really lovely for the summer, for a nice summer picnic. Then next up we have which one's next, strawberries or swans? The swans, this one's my favourite. It's edged forward one place. So let's just open that one up. Lots of people buying multiples of these. So if you're buying, it's by the half metre. If you're buying 2 units, that will be 1 metre of fabric. If you're buying 3 metres of fabric, that's 6 units. So this is your swans here. You could combine the swans really well with the daisies because all you've got there is that natural background fabric, white, and then yellow and orange. In fact, if we put that next to those, you can just see here with your, if I move this one, you can see how that works. Your swans and daisies do work well together. So LFFG18 is your swans. Let's just lay that one out. Apparently I'm covering the whole table with fabric this morning. How did that happen? Uh-oh, that's better. And then we've also got our Other strawberries. This is just the classic red ripe juicy strawberry in that post box red, or strawberry red as perhaps is more aptly described this morning. And this one has also got your daisies incorporated in this, so it would be perfect if you're pairing those up. Here it is. So that lovely, again, that lovely background, really rustic feel to it. IYFG85. And again, £4.95 per half metre of that one there. Another one that would be great for a hamper or for some placemats for the garden. Really great for a barbecue. Eton mess, that's what that reminds me of. So that's your linen look strawberries fabric. £4.95, brand new. We've never had those on the show before. These four are all brand new this morning, and they're launches, they're premieres of these linen style fabrics. So we've got the daisies, the swans, the hearts, and we've got the daisies, the swans, and two types of strawberries. But then we also have these linen fabrics in stars and hearts, which we've had on the show before, but today we've bundled those for you. So you get both of these together, rather than buying these cut to measure in however much you want. These are already cut into half metre sections of fabric. So you get your stars and hearts, half a metre of each. But you can just see there that they do work really well together. Obviously, stars and hearts just have a naturally sort of playful feel to them. POGC 37. This one's been really popular this morning, and you do make a saving by buying them together. £9.45 for those two in that pair. And if you want some solids to go with that to pair up, we've also done that for you this morning. So this solids bundle is called Stars and Hearts just because the colours match perfectly with the Stars and Hearts linen styles. So you've got the a grey charcoal colour there to start with. And then we've teamed that with your candy floss. And also your claret, so that lovely wine, deep sort of purpley colour, which when you see those with the hearts and stars, you can see how they work together as a set. So thank you so much for everyone who's joined us today. I'm so sorry if you're having any trouble checking out online, but please do just give us a ring instead for today. You can try refreshing your web browser page. They are working on it, and I appreciate it. It is frustrating if you're trying to add something to your basket and it's not going all the way through. But all of these fabrics are still available for you to buy, so you can still do that through the call centre instead. Just pick up the phone and give them a ring. They won't bite, I promise. So let's have a look. Move those up to the side. So let's just have a look, one last look at these new ones from today. So the first one that's in the lead, let's move these back. This is why I shouldn't have laid them all out, is our daisies. Loads of people buying these. What are you making with it? What have you got in mind? Here's our daisy print there. So you've got your daisies. You've got your white and your yellow, just that iconic daisy colour, but a nice, for your daisy change, that reminds me of sitting in the grass on a nice summer's day. Again, all of these are on a lovely a Panama weave, so a nice, thick, durable fabric, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. So it is more durable. It does have that strength to it. That's your daisies. And your nautical strawberries there with the one next to it. So after the break, Jennifer Mills is back. We're making a lovely tote bag with a gorgeous flower detail on the front. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 3.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a slip stitch, which is basically a hemming stitch that is almost invisible on both the right and the wrong sides of the fabric. So I'm going to go in through my layers here, through the single hem. I'm going to leave a tail before doing my double stitch here. So I'm just going to go through 1, twice there. That's giving me my double stitch or locking stitch, ready to then do my slip stitch. Okay, so first of all, you need to take the smallest amount of fabric. So you want at least 1 or 2 pieces of thread in the fabric before then going into the fold of your single hem. And you're going to run your needle through that fold before pulling it out. And then again, a couple of stitches. Bearing in mind I'm using a really big needle here because I'm using an embroidery thread, but you get the idea where you're just catching your material there before again placing your needle in through the fold of your single hem. So you want to keep these as even as possible. So I'm just doing my last stitch now. So here you can see that you can't really see the stitches from the back of the piece, so this would be the back of the trouser leg, the bit that you wouldn't see, and then from the front you should only see very small stitches, if not at all, if you're using the right needle and thread.
Join us on Tuesday the 6th of June when Jennifer Taylor will be introducing us to the art of sashiko. Sashiko is a hand sewing technique that began in ancient Japan, originally as a way of repairing and mending. Sashiko has evolved into an art form, and Jennifer will be demonstrating how to achieve the beautiful geometric shapes and patterns. So, join Jennifer Taylor on Tuesday the 6th of June at 9 AM for the art of sashiko, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Okay, so in this hour, we're making this really lovely tote bag with Jennifer Mills. She's back. So we're looking at this really lovely detail on the front here in this exposed flower design. It's a really comfy bag. It's one that we've got, if I just turn so you can see. But also what's lovely about this is we've got wadding in there. So it is a really lovely soft one and would be really great for children too. And we've got these nice little handle detail, which we'll go through with Jennifer in a moment. But the main star of the show here, you can see, is this patchwork detail on the front. And this is because today we're working with this book here, which is Pretty Little Patchworks. So let's pop that bag there. Now, the Pretty Little Patchworks book, what's great about this is that it's been brought together by a whole group of designers. So rather than just having one or two, you're getting inspiration from lots of different people. And there's loads of different projects in here to incorporate patchwork into not just massive quilting projects, but also much smaller ones. So you can use your sort of leftover fabric, or if you've got stuff in your stash and you want to use it up, this is a really great way of doing that. So there are 32 different projects in there. And there are some really lovely ones, like this is, I'll show you here the flower detail that we've got on the bag that we're making today. You can just see here, we're going to show you this in just a moment, how Jennifer did this. And now we've got 4 different fabric bundles to make this bag in this hour. All of the bundles have a fat quarter bundle, a solid, buttons and thread, and plus your wadding. So there's a lot within that bundle, but all of them have sort of different combinations of fat quarters from different designers and different colour solids too. So let's move this to the side. Let's start with this lovely red one. Now this one here, in your fat quarter bundle, these are a mixture. They're 40% linen and 60% cotton. So these are great for bags because they're slightly thicker, just like those fabrics in the previous hour actually. You're getting a bit more durability out of them. Great for those weighty projects. So you've got different prints here within that bundle. This one on top is really lovely. When you open this out, there's all different iconic sewing machines and old-fashioned sort of items that you'd expect to find in a haberdashery. So you get that bundle. You also get your solid here. This is your Christmas red. You've got a metre of this, I believe. Let me just double check. Yes, you've got 1 metre of this Christmas red. So this is for the main body of the bag itself, and then you can peek through with your fat quarters if you want in the flower section, or you could just use this as the for the lining, or you can combine it in any way if you wanted to use it for binding. So you've got 1 metre of that. Then you've also got 30 wooden buttons. All of these bundles this morning have this. So for the centre of the flower. But you could add your detail wherever you liked with those. And also this lovely burgundy thread from Gutermann there, so 100 metres, and that's polyester. So that's your red bundle. Also, you've got your wadding. So you've got loads of wadding there, 40 inches by 40 inches. So a metre square of your wadding there, loads of it for your bag, and so you'll have extra left over for your stash. RIGC 39. Now that is £24.95. So in the next bundle this morning, all of these are £24.95. So it's just up to you which fat quarter bundle really probably takes your eye, and then the solids that's been teamed with that. So the next one is a blue one here. This is from Tilda. This is from the Sweetheart range. So you get 3 fat quarters in this bundle. You've got this lovely sort of ditzy floral print here, that typical whimsical feel that you do get with Tilda, in the lovely soft powder blue and cream. And then you've got that there again, but with a red and a pale pink. And then you've got here this lovely, you've got your deer in that print here. If I turn it over, you can see on the back. Just got that really lovely detail with the trees and the leaves. So 3 fat quarters in that bundle. Then you've also got your buttons, your navy thread, your wadding, and then you've got another spectrum solid here, 1 metre of this lovely rich blue that works really beautifully with the Tilda. If I just show you those together, you can see how they work as a combination. This is the ocean blue. So BTGC15 is your item number for that one. Now the next one, this is the bundle that the bag's been made out of. So if you can see the bag, you can see those little fabrics all peeping through there. This is what that's been made out of. So your fat quarter bundle here, you're getting 5 fat quarters in this one. So you've got a sort of a bright sky blue there with a polka dot on the top. Then you've got your stripe, navy and white stripe. Then you've got a reverse of that top one, so a white with a blue polka dot. That's almost got like a light denim sort of style finish to the look of that cross hatching there. And then you've got a much finer, like a pinprick polka dot on a navy. And that's been teamed with a navy solid. So you can just see those working together there if you pop those as a set. And that's also got, you've got a lovely sort of sheen to that thread that's been teamed with that bundle. Your buttons and your wadding. If I just show you the flower on the bag as well, you'll be able to see, that showcases the fat quarter bundle really clearly. You can see them all working together. I'll just show you that flower. You can see those polka dots and stripes coming through there. And that's how we incorporate the button. And the one last bundle, this is the one that we're about to work with Jennifer. Jennifer's going to work with this one this morning. This one is from the Tilda Autumn Tree collection. So you've got that lovely sort of dusty purple here. Again, £24.95. Then you've got that avocado green, the deer's peeping through again in that one. There's the least stock of this one at the moment, so if this is the one that takes your fancy and it's the one we're about to work with, please do give the call centre a ring. And then you've got that lovely sort of soft blue on a cream background there with a lovely taupe polka dot, really fine pinprick dot on the back of that as well. So they're from the Autumn Tree collection from Tilda, and that's been combined again with your wooden buttons. You've got a slightly lighter thread there, almost a denim look thread that works really well with that spot. If I just pop those together, you can see there. And then we've also got this lovely cream as well. This one's called Off Cream. But RVGC16 is your item number for that. Again, £24.95. So that's enough about fabric. Let's get cracking with our project. Jennifer's back.
Hello.
Hello. So how did you get started with this? Where did you begin?
I started by just reading through. I've made many, many, many bags in my life.
Yes.
But it's important for me to stick to what they say, within reason. I can't resist going off in some ways. Like several rows of stitching, they only suggest one, but I just thought it added more to it, and I like it when top stitching overlaps as well. Where you've got, and I used orange.
The flower pop. If you're going to go to the trouble of creating this, then you might as well, you know, emphasise it in any way that you can.
And that's really fun as well, because there's no, you do the first one and then I'll demonstrate, you cut, it's reverse applique, so you cut away. But just sitting, sewing those kinds of shapes, but it doesn't have to be exact. It's quite...
No, because like you say, they overlap here. They don't,
I like that kind of playful stitching as well as being really accurate when I'm making clothes. I like things like that.
But you can just
I just thought it added a bit more something to it as well.
It makes it pop. It really does make it stand out.
Oh, there's a big one behind us.
Oh yes, there it is. So that's so the flower element of that to me looks like the most complicated section of the bag. Sort of bringing this together. Is that the part that you wanted to look at?
Yes, yes. So I've cut an outer and a lining. We'll come back to those in a moment. And the straps, they suggest cutting a strip, folding it in, and for the straps to be plain. I couldn't resist, as I've done with that. There was enough in that pack to do one fabric.
This was the first thing I commented on when I saw it.
I just thought it would be quirky.
The first thing I noticed was that the straps were slightly, you had just that pop of colour there that you don't expect.
And it carries through from the flower as well. And I like that in terms of design. Not to be too twee and matching, but just to balance things out. I also thought about where I placed those colours, because the dark navy with the white polka dot, from a distance, I wanted to distribute that quite evenly. Because it's so similar to the solid. Yeah, so I've kept all that in mind.
And it pays off, you can tell. You can tell that's been thought about. That's not just been sort of thrown together.
So we cut, what I did was you scan in the template from the book. Is that what I did? Yes, I scanned it in, exact size, and then printed it 200%.
Okay. So all of the templates are in this little patchworks book, and you can see that there. You just need to scale it up.
So printed out like that.
I held that one.
And then I made a card, one of those, and we need 18 of those, and that's the flower we need as reference to mark onto that.
Lovely.
Which we'll come to in a second. So 18 of those, and because this one is made up of 3 different prints, I cut 6 of each, which you don't need to do necessarily. You could do
3
more.
Of those,
yeah, exactly.
You could mix and match.
And then I haven't done a specific pattern. I just placed them next to each other before I sewed them and thought, do I want to move that, stand back, kind of...
What looks right.
So there isn't the exact, I haven't kind of gone that one, that one, that one. There isn't a sequence. It's considered but random, if that's possible
it's just distributed wherever felt right.
Yeah. So it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I've started it, so I thought it would be good. You don't want to watch me sew all of those together.
18 is probably quite a lot to do.
So I've just got the last few to do.
So you drew round all of those straight onto your tilde,
that's actually important to note. Now, I'm sure other people would work in other ways, like you could use the rotary cutter with a set square, but I found it easier, and these are fantastic for this, to put that onto. I'm sure I got a little bit of, no I haven't, but I can draw it onto here because it'll come off anyway. To put my template onto the fabric, to mark them out, and then I cut them with scissors. I think possibly because I'm from a dressmaking, garment construction background as well, I liked working that way.
With the pencil as well. So this is a mechanical pencil, and
it's
a really fine line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely sharp line. So I worked that way, but another person, as long as you enjoy it and it ends up being, the right size, that's all that matters.
However feels best for you.
It's nice to take different routes, I think, sometimes. So rotary cutter with a set square or scissors.
Okay.
So I went for the mark around 18 of them and cut them out with my scissors.
Lovely. Yeah, so that's the mechanical pencil. That's on your screens at the moment. But just giving you a nice sort of sharp, definite line rather than sometimes with a pen, with a felt tip, it's slightly thicker, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when it's a small fiddly piece like that, you need that, that's just that thin line so you can make sure that they're nice and accurate. EGRW61. You also get 6 refills in that pack as well for £9.95. So lots of pencil, lots of lead.
Yeah. And so when you get down to the bottom there, it's necessary to fold that out of the way, because in a moment we're going to press them all facing in the same direction.
Okay.
So I'm holding them together. Lots of little pattern pieces.
So you go right sides together, and that's how
Yes.
we're adding them.
Yeah, right sides together, and then I'm slowing down as I approach the end there. And then I am going to reverse. I know lots of people who work in patchwork don't reverse, but what I don't want to do is for the middle of that flower to come undone.
No.
So I want that to be nice and secure. And then I think I've got 2 more to do. And then pressing is, have we got the iron on?
Yes, I've got
Great.
that ready.
Lovely.
Let's move that.
Because the pressing is the crucial next bit before we mark the flower template shape onto it.
So there's lots of nice little projects in that book. It's not just the bag that we're doing this morning. I've actually marked out a couple, which I'll show you in a moment. But there's a yoga mat carrying bag, which I thought was quite quirky. But as I was saying, Chris has got lots of different designers that have contributed. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have contributed to the book. You get lots of different ideas and little bits of tips and advice, which is quite unique, really. Because often it's just a sole author with a lot of the books that we have on the show. We're having a count up how many we're on.
Yes.
2 more?
No,
We're
that's
done.
it.
Oh, we're done.
18, so I'm going to just...
Because I could see a gap, but it's just because they need to be put together.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be, when it's
yes.
pressed. Yes, so that last one, and then pressed, and then we'll mark the flower on it.
The bit I'm really interested in is when we go from having the outside of the bag completely covered to the reveal of that flower underneath.
I love reverse applique. Oh, it's so lovely. It's one of those techniques that's really Moorish.
Just like, it's an aha moment, isn't it?
Yeah. I think this last one is probably the most fiddly because you've got so much going on in the middle here.
Yeah, you've got obviously all of those points coming together.
Yeah. So I'm just being careful to keep them together. And there's mention in the book, it says something to the effect of, in the instructions, don't worry if it doesn't look perfect in the centre, because you're going to cover it in the bottom.
That's so true.
And I am being as neat as I can, but I think the very nature of having this many pieces, 18 pieces that are wedge-shaped, that go to really small at the end.
You can see here the bag, and this is the Totally Cute. That's what they've named this one. And this one here, you've got all of your details with your what sort of seam allowances you need, what you need to make the project, and then talking you through with those step-by-step instructions. 32 different projects in here, just in a different colour option there in that green. So $7.95 for that one. I can't resist just showing you this yoga mat that I earmarked while Jennifer's doing that. Here it is. It's a bag for your yoga mat. Because I always think if you just put that in the boot of the car, if you're taking it to the gym or something, it's quite nice to have that in a bag rather than just rolling around in the bag. It's a really sort of quirky patchwork yoga bag. Let me just turn that so you can see. Oh, but there's lots of different projects in here. There's a hook holder.
The iron.
There it is. But $7.95 is really great value for this book as well. It is a nice thick book. Your templates are all in the back as well, which you said you just sort of scaled up, didn't you, on your printer?
Yes, I scanned it, and I'm sure there are different ways of doing that as well, but I decided, because I've got a scanner printer, I just put the page of the book in the scanner, scanned it in, and then it was a document on my laptop, and then I selected 200% in print options.
And then it just
blows
it up to that larger size.
So these are all facing in the same direction.
Okay.
And you can see how much there is.
In the middle you've got...
Yeah. And I'm doing it this side, and then I'm going to check in a moment that they look right from the other side. So I've got the seam allowances facing me, first of all.
Yeah. This bundle that we're working with here is the Tilda Autumn Tree bundle. So it's paired with cream for the main body of the bag, and then you've also got your wadding, your buttons, and your thread. So you get 3 fat quarters from that Tilda collection, RVGC 16, and they're those lovely sort of dusty purples, and you've got that denim blue and the avocado green in the Oh Dear fabric as well. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yes, I love these fabrics together.
They do really complement each other.
Some of them want to flip over slightly towards the middle. So I'm going to press it as flat as I can, and then we'll mark the flower on. What we want to avoid is any areas where it folds back, because then when we do that line of stitching, there'll be a
You just want that nice crisp.
Yeah. Yeah, so I find it easiest to work from the wrong side first of all, and then do like a second check on the right side, yeah. And it's flatter, isn't it, now?
Yes, that's going to sit really nicely in the bag. I think the main thing about that one is that if you had that bulk of 18 pieces, trying to pop that in there and having it flat, if you don't press that, that's going to be considerably bulkier than what that is.
Yeah.
There, that's become a flat piece of fabric almost.
Much more easy to handle, definitely. So then we want to...
Let's just show you those colours. I can't resist to show you how they work together. It's so nice to see those fabrics combined. That's what a collection's all about. It's about bringing together colours and designs that work. That lovely selection there. So from here, we are going to put the flower on.
Yes. So I need to remind myself which way to do this. Let me think. So that's going to go behind there. So we need to mark on the wrong side of this patchwork, being sure to mark, and I put a pin through, because that is very clear where the centre of the flower is there, but that's a little bit vague, isn't it, because we've got so much going on. So I think what I'll do is fold over, and then I'm going to put that lovely pen, just a dot there, which makes life a little bit easier.
As we come through.
And then I can put a pin through.
Just here, isn't it?
The idea was there.
I think it's there.
Let's see. Let's pop that through and see what it looks like from the other side. And also we can tell from how much surplus there is from the outer edge. Yeah.
We need our circle cutter that we have whiz around the edge.
Okay, so when I place that on there, I am going to look at the edges as well, because that's a good way to tell, because I know I cut those accurately. I also had a bit of a think about where I wanted the petals to be. So I just played around with that and decided by eye.
Whether you want the petal to fall exactly on the angle of a cut section of material or not.
Yeah. So just, there's no exact science to it, which is the fun of creating it, but I just moved that until I was happy with it. And then, using the dissolvable pen, just marking around. This is going to be our stitch guideline. And I did several, but I started with this one, and then I based the other ones. I think I did one in blue, which was this first one.
And then started adding out.
And then...
Did you know before you even started that you thought you might want to do that? Or did you
look
at it and then...
Yeah,
then
I had a feeling, because I like lots and lots of stitching. And then when I actually did it, I thought,
yeah,
it'd be fun to have some more.
Now, the most popular bundle so far is the red, which has got that really iconic, the haberdashery sort of fat quarter on the top there, which has got scissors and it's got sewing machines and all different notions that you'd find in a haberdashery. And then you've also got a selection of other linen cotton mixes in that bundle. And you also get your Christmas red solid, a metre of that, your red thread, your buttons, and a metre square of wadding, which is more than enough for this project. RIGC 39. That one's in the lead at the moment, the red one.
Now, I'm going to have to refresh my memory, or maybe could you find the bit, Amy, where it says the distance that they advise? I think it's, I'll move it around and then pin it when we find it, about the distance from the top. So it would be...
Using the flowers a bit on the back side.
I usually remember
This is the marker, using a marker, so we've done that.
Yeah.
Then it's place the patchwork circle face down about 3.5 inches from the right edge and 3 inches from the top.
Right.
So we're just reading through our instructions in here. Pinning it in place, 3 inches from the top.
And that's another way you could personalise it, maybe have that more towards one corner.
Yes.
But in terms
you could
of
do two. Or you could, couldn't you? You could have a couple. You could have a couple of
different size ones, like a cluster of flowers. Yeah, that would look lovely. So they've said 3 inches.
3 inches from the top and 3.5 inches from the right edge.
Yeah, which means it's centred. So that's their suggestion for this particular design, but I think it would be quite fun to offset it.
It's just this part here. 3.5 inches and 3.
Okay, so that's, I've marked out, this is cut to the right size, the cream fabric. I've also marked on the strap positions and a centre position for when we sew it together. The lining is there, and so it's right sides down, and then that's the distance they recommend for this design. So I'm just going to put a few pins in. I keep wanting to put my tape measure around my neck because it's habit, but I think it might. Yeah, it's just a long-standing habit.
One of our other designers, Janice, said she always ends up getting the iron over her tape measure. She has it hanging around her neck, and then she just doesn't notice that it's hanging down onto the mat.
The other thing you could do, it doesn't have to be straight stitch. You could use a satin stitch, so the zigzag taken down to narrow stitch width and narrow stitch length. That would make even more impact of a sewing it.
So around the edges, to just keep it that.
Yeah.
I think anything to make it pop when you've gone to the trouble of doing something like that. Like, why would you not emphasise it in any way you can, whether that's with, additional embroidery or adding a bit of, some buttons or some sequins or, anything.
Okay, so I am just going to use straight stitch, but I do think zigzag would look great. And I'm just going to start, and I'm going to take it very slowly but it won't take me long to do it. I'm just going to go to that middle bit of the petal where it goes in, pivot and turn round.
With these curves, would you say this makes this a slightly more advanced project with the...
Not necessarily. No, I think it's just about taking things slowly. And you could tack it down as well. I haven't, but if you basted that in place, it's really not going to shift anywhere at all. No. So at the same time, I'm making sure those seam allowances are facing in the direction we want them to. And I usually, I always check underneath. I mean, I've checked this machine already, but just to make sure the tension's okay and everything's behaving itself. It's what you wouldn't want to do.
The end.
Yeah. Get all the way to the end and no, the tension's all wrong.
That wasn't quite right.
So it's nice just to check underneath.
So you get 30 buttons in all of these bundles this morning. So you can see here where you've added the button detail, that wooden button. So obviously you're going to have 29 left over. So you've got lots, you've got lots of things for your stash. That you're not going to use all of that thread, and all of those fat quarters. You're just going to use a small section of those for the handles if you choose to, and then also this reverse applique section here. But you must have had a lot of fabric left over from those fat quarters.
Yes. Yeah, and that's one button over the top of the other because they're different sizes in the bag.
So you've overlapped.
So they're layered.
Just layered those there.
Yeah.
But you could add. You could have a matching purse, or you could have a sort of a card holder.
You could make an inside pocket as well out of one of those fabrics.
And you could do like a lining.
I like pockets inside tote bags. They're very useful.
Adding wadding as well just gives it that, it's like a cushion, you just want to touch it, doesn't it? It's
yes,
nice and
I
soft.
think I put the wadding in, which again is a slightly different technique to the one in the book. I think the wadding is kind of free floating, if that's the right description, but I actually put it in and then I sewed the orange.
So to hold it where that's going to keep
just
it
to give it a bit more.
That's the central section.
To anchor it down in there.
You must have also had loads of wadding left over actually. Yes. Because it's quite a big bag.
Yeah.
So this one here is the navy bundle. That's the one on your screen. DGGC78. So you've got that lovely fat quarter bundle with your stripes and your dots in sort of a sky blue and a denim blue. And then you've also got the wadding, your navy solid, and your thread. This is what this one looks like on. So, and everything Jennifer's made this morning, I'm just wearing. It's making me happy. But it's a really comfortable bag. Also, you could add wadding to the straps, actually, couldn't you?
Yes.
Would make it really
or
comfy.
interfacing. What I've done with the straps, and we'll come on to those in a minute, is I've folded in the same amount, so you end up stabilising the strap.
Oh, with the fabric.
Yeah, with the fabric. And also, the more you top stitch something, the firmer it becomes. So you could do lots and lots of lines along that and make it really strong.
strength.
Or interface it. I've done that as well. Like a strip of interfacing down the middle of a strap makes a really strong strap or handle.
And you can also get those that bag lining, can't you, as well? You know, the plastic lining that you can pop in the bottom. Because there is some sort of depth in the bottom of that bag.
Yes.
You could always give it a harder finish.
Yes.
Lots of
so
ways
I'm back
to
to the
up it.
beginning.
All the way around. Oh, that was quick.
And I'm just going to reverse. The other nice thing about this, I would say, is if a beginner wanted to do this, that's a nice guideline to go by. But to be honest, flowers aren't symmetrical and perfect, which that is. But it would be quite fun to treat that as your guideline, but you can go slightly off it, because we're going to be cutting anyway, and that ends up, this fluffy frayed edge is quite a nice detail.
So if you're not exactly on that line...
It's a guideline, but, it could be that you just treat it as a guide, but not so exactly onto it, and just enjoy it as a project.
It's funny, isn't it, how we put pressure on ourselves to make things perfect sometimes, and you think, well, it wouldn't, like you've just said, flowers aren't perfect. If that petal was slightly off or slightly, it wouldn't, no, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah. So that's the one line of stitching. If I cut away and do the reveal, because I think it's a given that you could stitch and stitch and stitch and stitch and use satin stitch and straight stitch, and that's for people to experiment with. Now,
let's get this here so you can see it.
I haven't used reverse applique scissors for years, so I'm not going to today.
Okay.
Because I like to use tools when I feel absolutely competent. So I'm going to use the snips.
Yes.
And so what I'm going to do is make sure that those two are separated. Because what we definitely don't want to do, we want to,
you don't want to
get
cut
rid
through
of
that
this, but we definitely don't want to cut into. But you know what? If we did, we'd make another. Or you could stitch over it
and get a bigger button. Just do a big button in the middle.
Yeah, a detail. So I'm going to cut through there. And then I'm going to, a little bit like the clipping of curves I did earlier, I'm going to do that.
Oh, with your fingers underneath so you can
to
see.
protect the patchwork circle. And you can cut, I'd say no more than about 5 millimetres, half a centimetre, to the green stitching line I've done there.
So then we're going to follow that as the guideline then.
Yeah,
for
and
revealing.
again, that doesn't have to be accurate. You could make it wider in some places than others. All depends what you want to go for. So I'm making sure the whole time that my finger is between the back layer of the patchworked wedges. And just taking it bit by bit. And moving it around as you need to.
While you're just going around the edge of that, if you're just going to follow that round the edge, I'm going to quickly look at those fabrics and then we'll pop back in a second.
Right.
I want to see the reveal though. That's
okay, I'll wait then.
Just wait for the
I'll
little
get
end
to the
bit,
end
then
and
we
keep
can
it closed. Okay.
I'm like a child at Christmas. I just want to see the end bit. Let's look at these fabrics this morning. So we've done 4 fabric bundles for you. There are 4 different options, depending on which colours you might like the look of for that reverse applique. So all of them have a fat quarter bundle, and they're also paired with a solid, buttons, wadding, and thread. So the most popular one is this red bundle here. Now, the fat quarter bundle that you get with this, you get 5 fat quarters, and it's 40% cotton and 60% cotton and 40% linen. So these are a thicker fat quarter. They've got more strength and durability to them. But this top one here, this is my favourite. We've done a project with this in the past, and if I can just sort of peel it back so you can see, you get really you get lovely sort of signage and detailing from an old sort of haberdashery style. You get different scissors and iconic things that you might find in a sewing shop or in your sewing room. But it has a really sort of vintagey feel to it. Then you've got just a classic cream there, again with that extra added thickness. Then you've got a white polka dot on that natural OT background. You've got another plain there. And then you've got another print, but this time in a chocolate brown. And this one is sort of covered in all different French sayings and words all across the fabrics. So you get all of those. And then you also get a metre of that Christmas red fabric. You get your Gutermann thread, which is 100 metres. You get 30 wooden buttons and your wadding. So your next one is you've got the Tilda Sweetheart bundle. So you get 3 different fat quarters in that bundle, 2 ditzy print florals, one in a pale blue, one in a red and pink, and then you've got that lovely deer fabric there, again in that pale blue with your cream. You can see your deer here on the back. So that's from the Sweetheart collection from Tilda with their classic whimsical feel. And then you've got a metre of your ocean blue. You've got your thread, your buttons and your wadding, 30 buttons as well. We layered up, so we've got 2 in ours, but you still have quite a few left over. BTGC 15 for that option. Your next one, that's the one in the bag that I just had on my shoulder that Jennifer had made before the show. So you get 5 fat quarters in this bundle. You've sort of seen those peeping through in the flower over there, but you've got that nice sky blue with a white polka dot. You've got a classic, almost like a wallpaper there with that navy and white stripe. You've got a reverse there of the polka dot with the white and sky blue. A denim look, linen sort of style fabric in that nice soft blue there. And then a strong, bold, dark navy with a pinprick polka dot. And that's been paired with a metre of your navy. Again, 30 buttons, your navy thread and your wadding. DGGC 78 for that one. Now, let's go back to Jennifer and see where we've got. We're at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
the grand reveal.
Picked up the centre, cut into there, and then I protected it all the way around so I didn't snip into the back. You want to do the honours?
I feel like I shouldn't. It's you've done the work. Okay. So then under here we have this. Yeah, I love that. I just think it's such an effective
great colours,
design,
aren't they?
and they are lovely colours. Just really, really works really well together.
And then I would want to stitch and stitch and stitch and stitch.
Just keep adding and
but
adding.
I won't right now. But I definitely would recommend that. I think it gives it something more.
It just gives
makes it
pop.
So we're going to leave it as 1 row of stitching for the purposes of this.
You know that's hurting you a bit.
Well,
like,
I could be here all day just doing lots of stitching. So the wadding is going to go behind it, and then at that stage, that's where
So you just cut the wadding and have pinned that in place?
Yes, to exactly the same measurement. So your lining, the outer, and the wadding are all exactly the same measurement, which is in the book.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
We like that.
So I'm just going to, with a long stitch length, and I'm going to sew it in green so that it shows up. I'm just going to attach that to that. While I'm sewing it, I'm wondering whether I actually need to. No, I'm not. I'm going to sew it together, save time.
All the way through, just in one go?
Yeah. And this gets boxed. You see how you mentioned about making that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So here at the side, if I show you on the side of the bag, you've got that sort of box effect finish. So it gives you a bit more space, doesn't it, in the bottom of your bag if you've got things in there.
I think it adds a bit of something to the bag as well, rather than just being flat front and back together.
Nice sort of depth there. So we've folded those in together, just to whiz it through.
Yeah, so I'm just going to sew the side seam. And you will find that the wadding wants to shift because it's completely different to the warp and weft of the cotton. So you may find that there's a bit of surplus at the bottom. I'm going to try and avoid that by putting a pin in. But
stay where you are.
It's fluffy and it behaves completely differently to woven cotton. So I'm going to put a pin in midway as well. Now, the walking foot may help with this, but I also don't want to spend too much time taking feet off and putting other feet back on. So I'm just going to, I said about not pushing or pulling fabric. There are exceptions to every rule.
And here?
And here I would kind of push this wadding in, not under great force, but because it naturally wants to sort of build up and you get surplus at the end. I'm just going to encourage it at the same time as making sure the cotton is completely flat. To go under the foot and not to build up bulk towards me.
You don't want to end up with lots at the bottom, do you?
No, there is a little bit surplus, can you see? But that's not going to,
that's going to be covered by you've got your lining anyways.
Yeah. And it's not going to change the way the bag works or anything like that. And I've left a little gap in the lining for the bagging out in the side seam. Now this has got a fold at the bottom. Sometimes when I make bags, I leave the gap for the bagging out in the very bottom, but with this one, that option isn't there because it's a fold at the bottom. So I'm going to sew this side seam and then we can put the two together.
Great. So this is the cream bundle that we're working with at the moment. So it's that Tilda Autumn Tree collection. You get 3 fat quarters from the Tilda range. You've got the lovely avocado green one, the dusty pink, and then you've also got that blue sort of denim circle look on a cream background. That's been combined with the classic cream that we're working with in that with the lining and the main body of the bag here. A cream thread, your buttons, and again your wadding, £24.95. RVGC 16. And also we were saying you'll have a lot of fabric left over from your fat quarters. You're only going to use a small section of each, aren't you? I mean, you could just use 1 fat quarter if you wanted to, if you didn't want to layer all of those up.
Yeah.
You still, then you have 2 left over. So
definitely. Yeah.
There are lots of options.
So I'm just going to do a quick check and make sure those side seams are smooth and I didn't get any puckers, which I didn't.
Yay.
I always like a quick check after I've done something. So the boxing, let me remind myself what the measurement was. I think it was 5 centimetres, yes it is, across that corner. So in order to do that, we want to line up. And again, I can do a little mark there. So the fold of the base needs to line up with the side seam, and then we're going to take an angle off. So if I turn it like that, fold of the base, which is there, crease at the bottom.
Yep.
And then I'll do one on this side as well, which is there. It would have been better if I'd done that before I sewed it together, but
that's okay, we can still
it's
do
all right.
it.
still done.
So where the bag has created that natural sort of fold.
Yeah. So we want that to line up with that little green mark that I just made in there, like that, and put a pin through. And then I think I'll use the dissolvable marker. And a set square is really useful. So it's going to be 5 centimetres across there. Now you could do it by eye with a tape measure. Depends how confident you are. But we're going across like that on each one.
So that's just creating that boxy effect that you've got there on the lining.
There.
Just that shape. I'll show you on the bag actually, you can see more clearly. So we're using this, so by just creating that, we're using that 5 centimetres across the fold there, as Jennifer just did. This is the lining example, but it gives you this shape at the bottom of the bag. If you just turn it here, you can see that you get that sort of the extra depth. But all of the instructions for this are in the book. This is the Pretty Little Patchworks book, and there's 32 different projects in here, incorporating patchwork into lots of different things, different contemporary designs with accessories and things, and also all from different designers, so you're getting lots of inspiration. I'm going to show you a couple of the projects that I earmarked. There was the yoga bag, which I showed you previously. Where's that other one gone that I liked? I loved this clock. I thought that was a really lovely idea. So just incorporating, as I said, patchwork into things like pin cushions and into toiletry bags and belts and hanger covers. But really easy to follow instructions. You can see here like pretty ornaments, lovely colour designs and coloured instructions and photos as well. Just bringing it to life and making it feel that much more sort of real. A pretty little cushion. Sitting cushion. The one's at the beginning. Where's that other one I wanted to show? Oh, here it is, the woolly tote. I really like this.
I like that one.
It's lovely, isn't it? This one here, you can just see those sort of stripes coming down the bag. I thought that was a really lovely design. Definitely got a thing for bags. That's not good, is it? And then these sort of drawstring bags as well. But these are working out as 27 pence per project. It's only £7.95 this book. JHMZ98. Pretty little patchworks. And also at the back you've got your template, which Jennifer scaled up on her printer when she was using it to make it sort of slightly bigger. And also at the beginning of the book, if I just go here, there's a really intricate section actually. I'll just show you after the introduction. But on your patchwork tools, on the on some basics and some sewing techniques. But rather than just a couple of pages of that, there is lots of detail, you know, on your machines, which needles to use, different tools and tips, which just makes a nice read. Nice to pick up just new bits of. Sometimes you just read something and you think, I don't normally do it like that, but
yeah,
that works. That's
the wonderful thing about sewing and creativity, that there's just endless possibilities, right?
And also endless ways to do things. There's not just one way of getting to the same end result.
That's right.
You might make this bag very differently to how someone else made it, but you might still end up with a similar looking. Yeah. And that's because it's you. That's what you brought to it.
Yeah. So the straps, I decided not to do plain cream. I've cut them 6 centimetres wide, and then what I did was I placed right sides together and sewed a seam.
I'll just show this the other way around so you can see.
Sewed a seam all the way down, and then folded over, and then I'm going to top stitch it in place.
We're just folding that all in there to create that.
So quite a lot of pressing.
So like a bias binding almost sort of.
It's straight cut, but it's very similar to bias binding in terms of folding.
That over.
Yeah.
So if I just show you that on the inside there, you can see that.
And that's what it looks like when it's top stitched. So the more you sew into that, the firmer it becomes. Because sometimes just really lightweight straps or handles fold in that way, and it can.
Oh, so they dig in a bit into your shoulders when they're not, if they've not got that.
So I've sewn three lines there, and I'll just do the same with this, and then we can put them on the bag.
You can just see that there.
And what I do is I sew the one that was the seam allowance, so that one, which I've turned and pressed. I sew that first.
To hold it in place.
And then I sew the one that's open second. I just find that a lot better, because there might be a slight manipulation needed, even though I spent ages pressing it, just to make sure that one fabric isn't rolling to one side or the other. I want them to be nice and level.
Crisp finish.
Yeah. And I use the machine foot as a guide as well. I find that really useful for top stitching. So I'm looking at a particular part of the foot, and I keep my eye on that. So in this case, I'm looking at a point that is not quite the edge of the gap of the foot, but I keep my eye on that, and then it tends to make for really level
to guide that through.
Top stitching. But if you wanted to be really freestyle about it, you could do wavy stitching all the way down.
Yes, you could do anything, couldn't you? I suppose you could zigzag.
But for this, I'm just going to keep my eye on that distance.
If you've got any questions for Jennifer as well, remember you can message in. You can go to the website and go to the watch page, message us that way. It comes straight down onto our tablet on the table here, or you can email us studio@sewingquarter.com. Perhaps if you missed a little part in this morning's demonstration. And also you can always go back and watch on YouTube if there's a little bit that you think, oh, didn't quite catch that. You can recap that way.
And there's no such thing as a daft question.
No, absolutely not. There's that message to the studio box on our watch page, so you just need to log in or create an account and you can send us a message. Underneath there you'll see everything from today's show. That's our shopping list from our Friday morning, our Tonal treats show today. Everything there from the last couple of hours. So we top stitched that side where the seam was. Now we're putting it together so that those two that open edge.
Yeah.
And you're back with us tomorrow, aren't you, Jennifer?
I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
What have you got coming up tomorrow?
Oh,
hard to think for what you've got tomorrow when you're doing today. I know.
A really lovely Clothkits tea dress.
Oh, the vintage tea dress.
Yes.
Yes, I
which is a beautiful cut, and I'm making it. The sample I've made and the one for demo are really different fabrics. So they are same pattern, but a completely different end result. Yeah, and some rather nice table mats.
Oh, lovely. Perfect for the weekend, ready for a barbecue.
Yeah. So I did a central one as well, just to add more to it. But I won't on this one. They're going to be mismatched.
Because you can.
Yeah, because I want to get on and put them on here. So the distance that they recommend in the book is 4 inches from the side seam. So I've marked that with the dissolvable pen. And then I'm going to put them like that.
This is
very
make sure
easy.
You've got no twist.
Yeah. So to put them like that, and it helps to have a contrast as well. So yeah, that's something to bear in mind. Do we want that print on the outside? That'd be quite nice.
I quite like it on the outside. I think because
Yeah,
it's
let's
a
go for
cream,
it on the
because it's a
outside this
plainer
time.
fabric.
Yeah.
Because it's your cream, it's nice to have that colour, I think.
Yeah. So that one placed there, and that one placed there. And this is where I find marking that when it was a flat pattern piece makes life so much easier, rather than measuring it. You could measure it,
But once you've got those things there, it's exactly as you said in your earlier hour when we were doing the dress. If you mark and prepare everything properly with your notches, or whether it's with a pen, or then when you get to the point now where you just want to crack on and assemble, it's already pre-marked.
I think it's called
you.
flow, isn't it? When you get into that creative state.
It's the zone. You just want to get into.
And I just find the more markings I've done, the more prep, the more you can just get into that lovely flow state of creativity. So let's, when I pin those on, yes, that goes there. I then, see how easy it is to put things in the wrong place? And then I always check. So I line it up and then I fold it back so that you make sure when you're actually using it as a bag that they're not out of sync with each other.
They just line up.
Yeah.
You don't really want wonky straps. You want that way and one.
No. So keeping those there. Then
we're going to sandwich this in with our lining.
Yes. So the lining needs to be that way out because we're going to put things right sides together. And that's our little gap that we're going to bag out through. So checking, yep, straps are in the right place. That's the right side of the lining to the right side of the bag. And then I've done central reference points as well, because sometimes fabrics can shift. So I now want to match those up.
You're so prepared, it's great. I love that. We've got these little marks already there, just pin them straight in.
Well, when you're sewing around the top of something like this, fabrics can shift. You know, even if you've got the right machine foot on and the right tension. I just think if you match your side seams and then you know you're heading towards matching those,
when you know the centre's matched,
things getting thrown out and then you end up there. And
not much can go wrong between there and there, really.
Exactly.
It would take something quite drastic to send you off course.
Yeah. So I'll trim off. It looks quite thready, but I'll trim all that off at the end. I think the focus is on getting the outer to the lining. And you could even hand embellish that flower as well. It doesn't all have to be about machine stitching.
I was thinking you could quilt the whole bag if you wanted to.
That would make it a lot firmer, actually. That would really, really add to it.
Some rigidity, really, to the whole thing.
Yeah, you could quilt the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that would look really nice.
There's so many options. I'd love to see. I always love to see what people make.
Different
but I'd
interpretations
love to,
of this
I would
bag.
love to see what people create from this project.
Because
all different
that's
materials.
the thing. The book, it starts as a framework. This is giving you this. It's giving you the idea. It's giving you the instructions to create this. You know, all of the main sections and your measurements. But you know, you could put 10 people in a room and give them the instructions and the fabric, and say you can also put your own twist on that, and that you'd get 10 such different bags.
You would.
And that's. I think that's lovely. That's what's individual.
It is, definitely. So, I'm taking a centimetre. I think they, in the pattern, suggested 1.5, but to be honest, it's still going to be a great bag.
Rather have the space in the bag.
Yeah. And a centimetre is adequate. And what I'm making sure of is that that strap is lined up and it hasn't gone slightly skewed. I usually base those in place, but I wanted to just get on and sew it in. So I'm just making sure that's in alignment because they could easily become lopsided just because they're sort of in the sandwich. And then...
Also, what's nice about this, if I put it on, you can see, it's a nice long strap. I don't like, if you can't get a bag over your shoulder, then I find that really frustrating. I don't like to not be able to, obviously sometimes you do hold it, but that's just a nice comfy length where it's going to stay in place. You know, you haven't got to got to worry about it
And
slipping
for anybody
off.
who wanted it to be a handheld, like go to the grocery
go
shop
short,
and not put it
yeah.
on your shoulder.
Just go for a shorter handle.
Yeah, just,
You can just
that's
shorten it
another
to-
amendment that could be made to it.
You could go for something like that, so it's going to be more of
Yeah, absolutely.
a shopper than a tote.
Yes.
So this is the cream and the Tilda Autumn fat quarter bundle that's all been put together in a bundle for you this morning. The one on your screens at the moment is the navy one, which is the bag I just had on my shoulder. And this one here, this is your navy bundle, DGGC78, but this one is the cream bundle.
And I wouldn't usually sew cream fabric with green thread, just to say.
Just so it's nice and clear and
But
obvious.
it's so that it shows up really well. And again, approaching that strap like I did before, I'm just making sure it hasn't gone lopsided in the sandwich.
We've got about a minute and a half.
Oh, where does the time
I
go?
know, it flies.
I always say that. Right. That gives me time to get around there and then we can bag it out. And I top stitch that 1 centimetre from the edge along the top.
Oh, just here, yeah. I
You
can
could
show you
do different distances, multiple lines of stitching, lots of possibilities. So back round to where we started. And then I would trim off all the ends. So where's our gap gone?
Oh, I'm really excited to see those green straps on the outside of the bag. I think that's going to be a nice way.
And sometimes things can't find the gap come to you as you're making it. I quite like lots of prep and lots of design, but sometimes it's quite fun to go.
Oh, that's just come
When
to
you
me.
lay fabrics out and think, oh, okay, that works differently than I thought it might.
But go with it.
Yes.
The flow, I think that's the perfect word for it. That is, you are spot on with that. When you're in that flow. Yes, the green straps. There they are.
Right.
Perfect. Oh, we're out of time with this one, but
So
look at
it
that.
needs to be pressed and buttons added, but the basic
Done the whole
idea
thing
is there.
pretty much start to finish in an hour. Look at that. This is the cream bag. I really love those green straps on the outside. I think that was a good call. And then here you've got that Tilda bundle that you can see just peeping through there with that reverse applique. And you'd add the button. That's the only thing that we didn't
You
get
would,
to.
yes, but you could reach back inside there and put your hand behind and sew that on at this stage. It's not like it's completely too late to do
No.
it. There's still that bagging out gap to go through.
If you wanted to add it in.
Yeah, but better done when it's flat, probably. As long as it gets done.
As long as it's finished, and it is, and it's a nice comfy bag with that wadding there as well. Oh, well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I've enjoyed doing that this morning. I'm
Good,
just going
me
to
too.
recap the fabrics, but well, I'll see you in a second anyway. We're nearly at the end. Okay, so we've got 4 fabric bundles for you this morning. We've been working with that really lovely little patchworks book that's got 32 different projects, all of the instructions for that bag that you've just seen. Remember, you can go back on YouTube if you need any little tips to walk you through that with Jennifer. And there's lots of other projects. That yoga mat bag, you had different pin cushions and storage caddies and all different things in there from the different designers. So JHMZ98 for that book, 27p per project, so it's great value, and $7.95. So the 4 different fabric bundles for the bag. The most popular, is it still the red? Is still the red. So your solid in that bundle is 1 metre of your Christmas red. Then you've got your thread and your buttons. And this fat quarter bundle here, where you've got 40% linen and 60% cotton, it's that sort of really vintagey feel with that fat quarter where it's printed on in your black and red. All the iconic sort of haberdashery notions. Then you've got a plain linen, you've got a polka dot, another plain, and then you've got a chocolate brown print there on that cream. RIGC39, that's your red, $24.95. Then you've got another Tilda option. This is your ocean blue, so 1 metre of that solid, your navy thread and buttons. All of these come with 1 metre of wadding as well. And this bundle is from the Sweetheart range. You've got 2 ditzy prints, a sky blue, a red and pink, and a nice cream and blue. The next one is your navy, which is the one that Jennifer had made previously. So navy solid, your buttons and thread, and you've got 5 fat quarters in that bundle there too, with a selection of stripes and polka dots. DGG C78 is your navy tote bundle. And the last one, that's the one we just finished working with, is the autumn tree, where you've got that dusty purple, the avocado green, and the lovely denim blue there. That's from Tilda. And you've got your cream fabric, your lovely blue thread, your buttons and your wadding. RVGC 16. So, thanks for everyone that's joined us today. Coming up tomorrow, we've got, well, Jennifer Taylor's back, John Scott's here as well, so we've got Make It with Mandy at 8 a.m. Then at 9 o'clock is Rustic Table Treats with Jennifer, who's been here today. Then Make with Mandy Part 2, and then All Dressed Up, that lovely vintage tea dress back with Jennifer. So thank you very much for your company today. I hope you've enjoyed the show. I've had a really lovely morning, so I hope you have too. And have a great weekend. I'll see you soon.
Join us on Saturday the 3rd of June as Mandy Shaw makes a welcome return to the Sewing Quarter studios. Mandy's exciting projects include sewing room accessories, home decor, and this spectacular patchwork quilt made using foundation piecing techniques. Expect bags of tips and ideas delivered with Mandy's usual warmth, wit, and needle-sharp skill. So, join me, John Scott, and Mandy Shaw on Saturday the 3rd of June at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.